Chair, you have a live mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll reconvene our meeting. Ms. Patterson, I believe we have a 1 o'clock time certain, and
Yes, sir.
remarkably, we're going to make the time certain.
Yes, sir. That brings us to items 9A and 9B. 9A is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending the Collier County Growth Management Plan, specifically amending the future land use element to amend the NC Square mixed-use overlay to change the affordable housing requirements from 100% to 30% of the previously approved 129 dwelling units and retain the previously approved 44,400 square feet of commercial uses. The subject property is 24.4 plus minus acres and located at the southwest corner of Immokalee Road and Catawba Street, approximately 1.6 miles west of Wilson Boulevard in Section 29, Township 48 South, Range 27 East, Collier County, Florida. This companion item is 9B, which is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 2021-18, the NC Square mixed-use planned unit development, to change the affordable housing requirements from 100% to 30% of the previously approved 129 dwelling units, and retain the previously approved 44,400 square feet of commercial uses. The subject property is 24.4 plus minus acres and located at the southwest corner of Immokalee Road and Catawba Street, approximately 1.6 miles west of Wilson Boulevard in Section 29, Township 48 South, Range 27 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, we'll take the disclosures from the commission and then we'll swear in the participants.
Commissioner Kowal.
Are we going from the old ex partes or?
County Attorney.
Ex parte
There's
for
no
this
requirement
item.
on this one, I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we need to go through it. Do we need to do that again?
It doesn't hurt.
Okay, we'll pass on the ex parte.
It's not on our list,
Yeah.
but we
Yeah, we disclosed all of that at the beginning of the first hearing.
Very good.
I got everything.
Everything. I got everything.
Got emails in.
All right.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
How many papers to hand in today?
If we could have the participants stand up to be sworn in by the court reporter, please. Anybody that's going to be giving testimony or public comment.
If you've registered for public comment for this item, you need to stand.
Very good. Mr. Yovanovich.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant. As you recall, where we left off the last time, our request was to change the previous affordable housing commitment from a 129 unit for sale project to a 205 unit rental project. There was some concerns from our neighbors, and the neighbors said they preferred to leave the density at the 129 units. They preferred a for sale product, and we requested a continuance. So what we've done is we basically have gone back to what the original PUD provided for with regard to the number of units being 129 units. They will be for sale units. The one change that occurred was, as we explained, we would not be able to afford to do all units at for sale. So we requested to reduce the number of affordable percentage of income restricted units to 30%, which is consistent with what the board has been requiring of affordable housing rental projects. This is the first for sale project that's not habitat related. So we brought forward that same 30% commitment in the PUD as well as in the growth management plan amendment. We went back to the original commercial square footage of 44,400 square feet. We went back to including the daycare, which all was part of the original request. So essentially, the number of units, the commercial square footage, and the daycare are consistent with what was originally in the approved growth management plan amendment and the PUD, which is what we heard the neighbors saying they were fine with. So we're bringing forward the change to reduce the percentage of affordable units to 30%. And that's an overview of what we're asking for. I know, Commissioner McDaniel, you requested at the last meeting and yesterday when I met with you, the ability to provide a pedestrian and bicycle interconnection as part of the master plan, we would need to add that. But I spoke to my client, and they are willing to add that additional interconnection should the residents in Valencia Trails want to have that pedestrian interconnection or bicycle interconnection to get to the retail that hopefully they will enjoy as part of this project. And that's basically our presentation. I could go back through the details of everything, but I think that summarizes where we are.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and so you and I talked about a pedestrian access for the residents, but I also at the previous meeting, if the folks at Valencia Trails chose to have gated access for them to get into the commercial and back into their subdivision, that you would provide that, but that would need to happen in advance of your SDP process?
We would need, if they want to have vehicular interconnection, they need to let us know now.
Sooner than later.
Right, to see if we can accommodate that in the site plan.
Okay. And if I can ask one more question while I'm lit up, sir. Basically, the proposal that you've brought before us is what's already approved on the site with a deviation from 100% affordable to 30%
Correct.
affordability.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions at this point in time. I know we have registered speakers. Why don't we go ahead and...
Yes, sir. We have 14 registered speakers on this item. The first speaker is Brad Cornell, and he will be followed by Dave Hooker. I'm going to remind the speakers that you'll get a beep at 30 seconds remaining on your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brad Cornell. I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon, Florida. I have a few comments about this project that aren't the usual comments, but I think you'll get where I'm going with this. Audubon strongly supports proactive measures to increase affordable housing in Collier County. However, it should never come at the expense of protecting our shared natural resources, wildlife, and the beautiful environment of Southwest Florida. We can and must do both. The proposed revisions to the NC Square mixed-use overlay in the PUD would reduce the affordable unit total from 100% to only 30% of 129 units, and only for 30 years. Audubon views this reduction of the majority of the affordable units, but still being exempted from required purchase of TDR credits to entitle those unaffordable units, as an abuse of the county's affordable housing incentives in the rural fringe mixed-use district. Audubon interprets the intention of this future land use element policy for public benefit exemption from TDR credit purchase requirement to be specific to the units within a project that are affordable. We don't believe the intention is to exempt market rate housing units from the required TDR credit purchase. That results in significant reduction in protections for wetlands, panther, and other listed species habitats in the rural fringe mixed-use district sending and natural resource protection area lands, NERPA lands. We have seen this also at the South Naples Citrus Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District project on Sable Palm Road. To address this repeated conflict with the intention of the TDR program to protect Collier County's rural natural resources, Audubon recommends considering a glitch amendment to clarify this policy purpose, resulting in only affordable housing units being exempted from the TDR credit purchase requirement. This should be reflected also in the Land Development Code. For today's hearing on the NC Square revisions, Audubon recommends only allowing exemption from the TDR credit purchase for the affordable housing units project on the NC Square project. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Dave Hooker, and he will be followed by Lisette Scott. Now, Mr. Hooker has been seated time from 5 additional speakers. As I call your name, please raise your hand to indicate that you're here. Grace Kaplan. Thank you. Steve Kaplan. Thank you. Bruce Laperuta. I hope I got close on that. Got it, good. Walter Rashin and Kathy Rashin. He will have a total of 18 minutes.
I promise I won't be over 18 minutes. Chairman and commissioners and support staff. My name is Dave Hooker. I've been a resident 4 years here in the Collier County and reside now in Valencia Trails, and soon to be neighbors with the NC Square project. I'm just a simple guy. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not that articulate, and not as passionate as some of these people here, Marion, who you spoke and listened to, Lisette and Donna. But I would like to share my thoughts and express my feelings concerning this voting issue. My entire life, I was taught how to move forward with difficult conversations, and those discussion topics for these conversations, I just put it in 3 buckets. When we need to continue to stop doing and start doing. So I want to give some kudos out, because you probably don't hear that from the public that much. But I was always taught to catch people doing the right thing, and I just want to express thanks for the board, for their patience, understanding, and also appreciate how you recognized your tenured employees as well as volunteers and top performers in the county. So I just appreciate also how you've been diligent on saving on tax dollars, because I listened to the David Lawrence project, so I appreciate your concern. I also want to thank the entire staff being engaged with our community. I want to thank NC Square, trying to understand the community's concerns and hopefully be great neighbors. I don't want to forget also to thank Wink News, their team and reporters listening to our community's point of view, but also the residents up and down Immokalee. So stop doing, as a conversation usually shifts to what should we stop doing? Well, first I want to emphasize, don't stop praying, don't stop doing the Pledge of Allegiance, don't stop your culture, but please stop assuming, if you are assuming that, our community wants to stop progress, because we don't want to stop progress. We know this area is beautiful, and a lot of people want to continue to move in. Bucket 3, what needs to start doing? The third bucket is how we keep our conversations moving forward, express what the needs are, starting to achieve kind of a win-win situation between both parties. Lisette and possibly some others will express more detail on a win-win situation, but I want to share some of my thoughts and questions, and hopefully the commissioners can review these. First is traffic. We all know, and I think, Mr. McDaniel, you go back and forth all the time. Sure, we care that our community can get in and out. We have a light now, but we also want to consider safety to all the people on Immokalee, including NC Square, because right now in the plan, it's a right, you get into NC Square right, and then you have to leave right. So that's going to be and trust me, I've been here for 4 years, and traffic in Immokalee is getting worse. Also, the board is, I'm sure, aware that people from Immokalee coming in the workers are consistently, more traffic is going east and west during business hours. The second point I want to talk about is sound pollution. The buffer has been significantly reduced in the new proposal, but we expect, and hopefully this board will recognize and consider, to be great neighbors and being respectful with noise control at night. If you can dial that down to a minimum, that would be great. I realize developers want to maximize every square foot, but as good neighbors, to be respectful and with the building an adequate buffer for pickleball courts, I guess, and also TVs. The third and final one is fire barriers. Wildfire prevention and mitigation seems to be out of the plan. I don't know why. We have concerns, and hopefully that would be your concern also. A couple years ago, there was a controlled fire at Wilson and Immokalee, which the fire trucks were delayed to getting there because there's a gridlock on Immokalee. And homeowners couldn't get back to their home for 3 to 6 hours, which was not real happy out there. So I'm not sure why that fire barrier would be eliminated. I have no idea. So to recap, we at Valencia Trails want to be a world-class community, and we want to be world-class neighbors. And also, our hope is to hold our home values. And just importantly, we want to be a community of concern and respectful Naples residents. So thank you for considering addressing these 3 issues before you vote. Thanks.
Your next speaker is Lisette Scott, and she'll be followed by Dorothy Pavlica. Ms. Scott has been seated additional time from 4 folks. Donna Cascardo? Yes. Robert Yost? Yes. Thank you. Judy Yost? And Madeline Murphy. She will have a total of 15 minutes.
Hello. Once again, Lisette Scott. On behalf of Valencia Trails homeowners, I'd like to thank Collier County Commissioners working on this project for receiving and reviewing our Valencia Trails petition letter, our signatures, our emails, our phone calls, and questions. To review, Valencia Trails has 838 single-family homes, thus approximately over 1,600 residents. We are here once again voicing our preferences for our Board of Collier County Commissioners to vote yes for the 129 home-owned dwelling units. At a high level, let's take a quick review of Valencia Trails community and NC Square. Valencia Trails opened its sales doors July of 2020. There was a lot happening in 2020. COVID and an influx of people starting to move from everywhere to Naples. Thus, lots of growth in Collier County. From July 2020, Valencia Trails sales was at a fast pace selling single-family homes. Then in April 2021, the Board of Collier County Commissioners approved the rezoning of our front yard just a few feet away from our community for NC Square for 129 townhomes. I don't think many home buyers in Valencia Trails were aware of this. I certainly wasn't. Regardless, the 129 townhomes right in front of Valencia Trails, as rezoned and approved in April 2020, is and was complementary to Valencia Trails community and surrounding communities such as Twin Eagles. Life is progressing in Collier County with the building of Founders Square, the Pearl Apartments, the Mark Lane Apartments, which is 3 miles west of Valencia Trails. So from July 2020 through June 2024, Valencia Trails has sold approximately 93% of its 838 single-family homes. All is good. But then the residents, whom are a few feet away from NC Square, receive a letter notifying us of the public hearing to rezoning NC Square from 129 townhomes to 249 4-story high affordable housing apartment. Well, that's not so complimentary anymore to Valencia Trails nor our surrounding communities. In the meantime, we are already having issues with the Pearl and the Mark Lane Apartments not being able to rent their apartments and are offering 2 months free rent, and it's still happening in July of 2025. In any case, after the July 2024 meeting, from August 2024 through December 2024, Valencia Trails community put together our petition and gathered over 640 signatures in opposition to the 249 4-story high apartments. Then in February 2020, residents attended and spoke at the public hearing meeting, voicing our preference for the 129 townhomes and against the 249 apartments, which was actually lowered to 205 apartments at that hearing. The Planning Commission approved the 205 apartments on February 20, 2025. Please be assured, our Valencia Trails residents were not okay with the 205 apartments. This brings us to April 8, 2025, for the Board of County Commissioner Commissioners meeting, and once again, our Valencia Trails residents attended and spoke to reiterate we are in preference to the townhomes in order to provide compatibility to our community and surrounding communities. Also, in order to provide an opportunity for our missing middle essential service personnel to start building their American dream of home ownership rather than renting an apartment. In order to retain a balance of infrastructure and beauty throughout Naples while meeting the needs of all. We left that meeting encouraged to hear Commissioners Chris Hall to voice his similar concerns and recommend the developer to go back and revise plans for the 129 townhomes. Finally, this brings us to today, July 8th, 2025. Valencia Trails are here once again to ask the Board of Collier County Commissioners to please vote yes in favor of the 129 residential home-owned townhomes, residential dwelling units. Your decision on approving the 129 townhomes will have a positive short-term and long-term impact, not only for Valencia Trails residents and surrounding communities, but also to all of Collier County. Let Naples be a model of how to balance the growing needs of a community by building townhomes where folks will be able to purchase and fulfill their dreams of owning a home. And finally, in response to the path that Valencia Trail may need, we don't need that. We already have, we do have a gate to enter our community, but we have sidewalks that are open so we can freely bike ride to the NC Square community. But thank you for considering that option. Again, thank you for hearing me speak once again.
Your next speaker is Dorothy Pavlica. She will be followed by Melita Lucas. Ms. Pavlica has been seated 3 additional minutes from Natalie Santarciero. Perfect. Oh, I got it right. She'll have a total of 6 minutes.
First, I'd like to thank the board for listening to our disagreement with the apartments and going back to the original plan of 129 owner-occupied, affordable properties where our younger people can acquire equity in their homes and start building up pride in the community. And I applaud you and the entire board for considering that. However, when I bought into this community, I had no idea that part of the community would be commercial. That's 44,400 square feet. Now, this type of residential, commercial rezoning from rural was done in 2021. I believe it was April. And this was during the height of COVID. So many of us did not have a chance to vote or even have our voices heard regarding this change. Now, this change was not made to other areas. The property in front of the existing property in question is still zoned rural. And since there's a nursery on it, the owner has a tax exemption. Okay. Since this zoning was passed in 2021, the following developments with plenty of commercial space and rental properties have been approved by the county commissioners. First and nearest to Valencia Trails is the Wilson Boulevard and Immokalee Road Development Summary. It has a 40,000 square foot neighborhood retail, up to 80,000 square foot of air-conditioned self-storage, and another 125,000 square foot of commercial space. This rezoning was approved in March 2024 to accommodate increased demand for mixed-use services in the growing area. Next, we have the Vintage Naples Apartments, Randall at Orange Tree in Naples, Florida, which is several miles east of Valencia Trails. There will be 400 apartment units and many commercial structures in the area. There will be a Chase Manhattan Bank, AutoZone, backyard car wash, and the purpose was to bring significant multi-housing for the Eastern Immokalee corridor, paired with over 150,000 square feet of retail space. And of course, the commission is well aware of Founder's Square, which is yet developing another section. So Founder's Square is only maybe a mile from Valencia Trails and can well accommodate the needs of our community. So, what we don't have is any townhomes, attached villas, small single-family homes that can be purchased by our young first responders, firemen, etc. So I would propose that the commission consider rezoning or zoning back the 44,400 square feet to residential, and maybe instead of the 44,400 square feet of commercial, add additional owner-occupied units.
Thank you.
How many minutes do I have? Am I?
0.
0? Okay.
You're at -1 so far. Go ahead and wrap. If you have another comment or two, go ahead and wrap up real quickly if you could.
Okay. Yeah.
Just take another minute to wrap up.
A minute. Thank you, sir. I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today, and hopefully you will consider changing the 44,400 square feet of commercial and the nursery school, which today there is one being started in front of Naples Academy, and the school has after school.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next and final speaker is Melita Lucas. Am I saying your first name right? Is it Melinda or Melita?
It's Melinda.
Okay, I didn't see an N. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Melinda. I'm a Valencia Trails homeowner, and I'm here speaking for myself and others. So when we all purchased homes in Valencia Trails, none of which I don't think are valued under $1 million plus, we imagined a peaceful, safe environment. And now we're facing outdoor TVs, commercial noise. Did somebody mention pickleball court? And traffic creeping ever closer to our homes. And now now I'm hearing that 25 feet is supposed to be a buffer is not enough. Like, imagine your home, your bedroom, your backyard, your pool within this 25 feet between you and a wall of noise, lights, and traffic. Consider, would that be acceptable to you if you were purchasing a home? Would that be acceptable to any of you? I don't think so. So this isn't abstract for some of us, all of us at Valencia Trails. This is reality. This is not abstract. If you've been on Immokalee Road, you already know you sort of take your life in your hands on that road. I mean, I don't know how, yeah, we've heard and seen so many sad stories from Valencia Trails employees as well as other people. It's like the traffic laws on that road are just suggestions, they're not laws. So it's reckless there, it's dangerous, it's aggressive, it's nonstop, and I do mean 24/7. And we don't need any more of that pressure, we need protection. So nobody's fighting growth. I mean, when you live somewhere nice, other people want to live there too, and we get that, that's why we're here. But we also like to be mindful of our investments. It's a 55-plus community. For many people, they poured their whole life into this move, everything they've owned. And I just ask you to put yourselves in the Valencia Trails place and make the responsible choice as you consider, would this be acceptable in your own life? If you were to go buy a house in Vermont or Connecticut right now, where I think the minimum buffers are 100 feet, most states have much larger buffers. I mean, this just 25 feet isn't acceptable. A little elementary age school kid could toss a ball that far easily. Yeah, it's just not acceptable. So please put yourself in our place and make the responsible choice. That's it. Thank you.
That's all of our public comment for this item.
All right. Mr. Jovanovich, you have a right to respond to public comment if you'd like to.
First, just to respond to the first speaker, we do have the wildfire protection plan. It still is part of the PUD. It gets approved as part of the Platter Site Development Plan. I can put the language up, but there is a fire protection plan still in the PUD. It did not go away. What I thought I heard the residents say is they were happy with the PUD that they had in existence at the time, and they were fine with reducing the amount of the units that were income restricted. And they would go back to what they originally had and what was approved, and that's what we've done. We've gone back to what was originally approved with the same buffers, the same heights, and with the same square footage that was previously approved. That was the direction I thought we were given when we were told to take a time out, and we did. And we hope, and I think most of the community said thank you. And I would hope that you will appreciate my client's willingness to work with the community and make the changes that make the project a good project. And we hope you'll approve our request and approve the requested changes. With regard to, I'll stop there. I'm not going to respond to Mr. Cornell. I'll talk to him privately.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, let's talk about Mr. Cornell, because I was sitting here, I was thinking about this, and because I've always been an advocate of the consumption of TDRs with development within the rural fringe, and now 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 I understand why I approved 129 units back in 21, because of the affordability aspect of it, and that $15,000 expense with regard to the affordability. Those two don't jive. The reduction from 100% affordability does open up the discussion for the utilization of TDRs, number one. That's my number one. That's one issue. My number two issue is I do not like this daycare, have not liked this daycare from the beginning. Its generation of traffic is far in excess of any potential commercial that's out there on a regular basis, except for the period of time. And sometimes daycares go year-round. They don't just operate during school hours. I mean, depending on the age bracket of the kids that they're bringing in, it could be 365 days a year and thousands of trips. So those are my two issues I'd like to discuss and hear if you have any opportunity for adjustment.
Well, let's take the first one first, which is the affordable housing. If you recall, in 2023, the board amended its growth management plan to allow for affordable housing in the rural fringe mixed-use district. We predated that. We were kind of like the precursor to what happened in the rural fringe mixed-use district. And as an incentive to provide affordable housing, you actually wrote that we're not allowed to use TDRs as part of the bonus program. That's the way it reads right now in the growth management plan. That doesn't mean you can't change it prospectively, and we've had these discussions in the past, and you've always said, well, you're right. Rich will work prospectively to correct.
Did I actually say you were right?
In the past on other things. Yes, you have. And matter of fact, I had that transcribed and produce it if necessary. I can't produce it today, but there were times that you did say I was right. But prospectively, if you want to make the glitch change that Mr. Cornell's talking about, then let's talk about doing that prospectively. One of the ways to allow for affordable housing to occur is you've got to let market rate units be built to basically subsidize the provision of income restricted units, and everything you add to the cost of that market rate unit then makes affordable housing less of an incentive for a developer to go through and do. And I think we all agree that income restricted for sale product, this is the first one that I know of that's going through the process that's not a product of a not-for-profit organization. So I hope we'll encourage this to occur more. So as far as that's my response to the TDR question. And we did discuss about, my client is willing to maybe convert some of the daycare, because that is and you heard that spiel that I gave the last time. By giving up the daycare, we would be giving up a whole lot of trips on Immokalee Road. Now, I think what would be fair is perhaps to convert some of the daycare to a commercial use, which is not, all through the day, 365, well, I'm sure the weekends, but, during a 12-month-a-year job to something different.
It's a significant reduction in traffic compared to a 12,000 square foot daycare.
So, I mean, we had talked about, maybe rounding up the commercial to 50,000 square feet, which is less than half of the daycare square footage, which I think would be a fair trade-off. It would probably be a better use from a peak morning time when people are on the road, when the congestion is occurring, to not have kids coming to a daycare.
So the TDRs is not a discussion that we can, even on the
it's not something that would work in the pro forma at this point. I mean, prospectively maybe for other projects, but on this one, it's difficult.
Missed the prospective portion of that discussion. Well, I have to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but I think the elimination of the daycare center and a increase to the commercial would be better use of the facility and certainly a reduction in traffic. Of course, now, do we have use restrictions on the commercial?
Yeah, we wouldn't change. Yeah, there's limited uses that are allowed that are compatible with our neighbors.
Okay.
What are those uses? And while you're looking for that,
I can put the big laundry list of uses up.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Chairman. I, like Commissioner McDaniel, I would agree to change the daycare use, or if we could add additional uses, I'd be fine with that. I do have a question about the TDRs. I know that we've given an exemption for affordability, but do we have the ability to split that and say we're going to collect 70% of the TDR and let the 30% of the affordability go? Do we have that flexibility, or is it just all TDRs or nothing?
I think what I heard Rich say, and I'm not trying to speak for him.
Not on this
I'm
project,
not
on future
negotiating with
projects.
you, but on future properties, I think it's something we need to give consideration to because of we have the prohibition on the utilization of TDRs when housing affordability is part of the density bonus process, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not speaking out of turn, am I, Mr. Posey? Note that I called you that. So I think that we ought to, we at some stage, we ought to have a discussion about utilization of those TDRs when we're dealing with that market. And affordability is, I'm not questioning or the suspect of the language of affordability, because if I recall, this development is calling for 120 and 140 for their, of our AMI, and our AMI is 104, last I knew. So we're talking about $150,000 a year buyers in this affordable status. So, but I certainly think it's something that, it is something that we should give consideration to. And Rich was correct. The only other, I think, Lisa's in the back, the only other development that is is a not-for-profit, that it doesn't have to acquire the TDRs in order to attain their development density.
Mr. Yovanovich, can you put that list of uses up?
Yeah, it's basically all the C2, which are the limited commercial uses, and then some of the C3s that are considered neighborhood commercial uses. That's page one. And then, so like the first one, we've limited the amusement and recreation to martial arts and yoga studios that you would find typically in a strip, retail. So the uses have been pared down or limited in square footage as to what can go on there. And then when you're ready, I could put up, page 2. And again, these are uses that were already approved as part of the original
Number
PUD.
8, the eating places with 6,000 square feet or less.
That's a restaurant.
Yeah, I figured that. Question?
Hence the eating places.
Yeah, that one didn't go past me.
You pay for it.
I did try to sneak that one in,
Yeah,
but
the
that's been
question-
there all along.
Yeah, the question is that fast food as well, or?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
All right. Any other?
Ready for the
Let's
second
take a
page.
take a look at the next page.
I might have to slide it for you after you read it.
Can't see.
And the reason that I wanted to have this list up is I was going to ask Dave Hooker. So if we're talking about potentially expanding the commercial, is there anything on that list that would be incompatible with Valencia Trails in your mind? You're going to need to come up to the podium if you don't have to answer the question, but if you're willing to.
I would say the only, and I'm not a Robert Kennedy fan, but, fast food, I think we have plenty of fast food. Maybe a boutique restaurant. But I would say the community would probably frown on fast food.
If I can,
Yes, sir.
if we went one more page in the PUD, you would see that standalone drive-throughs are prohibited.
Oh.
Standalone fast food. You could have a Starbucks attached that has a drive-through, but you cannot have a standalone McDonald's. You cannot have a standalone
That's where
Chick-fil-A.
that's getting to. So, all right, so the commercial uses, if we do expand them, there doesn't appear to be any uses on there that would be obnoxious to Valencia.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the Chick-fil-A on this site
No.
if you expanded the square footage.
All right. Commissioner Hall, are you finished? Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to play devil's advocate a little bit. If we're trading the childcare space for more commercial, I mean, I do know that area very well. And there's a lot of commercial around there already. And so, like you said, you want to get the right commercial. Can't always guarantee that you're going to get, 3 Ocean Prime restaurants. Yeah, there's a few things on the prohibited list, but be careful what you wish for. But the other thing I think is for me to really feel comfortable with that, and this is just me talking out loud, you got 30% of the units affordable, and regardless of the people, the working class folks that fill those units, you're going to have more blue collar, more working class folks there, and they tend to come with children. And by shrinking down the ability to have a child care center, whatever, where it's being called, to have it be smaller, we lose then that service for those people that live there. And I just, sitting here saying, well, we're going to trade that for a couple of restaurants or what have you. I just want to make sure we're really measuring twice and cutting once before we just sort of make a knee-jerk here, because that's an important service for families. And so I'm not saying I know what the right square footage is, but it just seems like we're quickly just talking about trading this for that. And I remember, a previous conversation was we weren't going to have the child development center or child care center at all. And now we're sort of back to it, but maybe we can shrink it down for more commercial. I want to feel better about that, and also from a traffic standpoint, because I understand it. I've heard it said, well, regular commercial is a lot less traffic than a child care center. The way I remember child care centers is big traffic in the morning, big traffic at night, kind of a little bit of a lull in the afternoon. A whole bunch of commercials, just traffic all day long. So I don't know that I could just make the blanket statement that's making the child care center smaller and then not adding a whole bunch, but substituting it for commercial exponentially reduces the traffic. I'm not sitting here as a traffic expert, so make me feel better about that and make the citizens feel better about that.
Well,
I just think there's some questions buried in there that I'm still struggling with.
Well, I can only, in my recollection from the conversation from the community before was the daycare is a lot of trips, and we don't want a lot of trips throughout the day. And daycare throughout the day, especially in the mornings when you're dropping off your child, coincides with most people going to work. So from a biggest bang for your buck, if you will, on reducing traffic would be to convert the daycare that we know at 250 students, maybe you have 2 kids you drop off at the same time, but a lot of times you just have 1. So you're going to have a lot of cars coming in the morning to drop off on the way to work. So I'm not going to use exponential. I can't say it's an exponential reduction, but I can tell you in the morning is a significant reduction when Immokalee Road is not the most pleasant experience. Hopefully it's going to get a lot better when Vanderbilt Beach Road is opened up. But right now, that was a concern we heard, was the daycare adds a lot of trips on that road. And we'd like to see that go away. And that was even raised again today, asked the daycare to go away. So we're suggesting some other use that I think would be beneficial to the people who not only live in our community, but live next door to our community, and who are on Immokalee Road all the time looking for these uses. And again, nobody's just going to build it. There'll be a demand for what we put there before we build it.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Hall was alluding to was basically eliminating the daycare. And you said we'd go to the 50,000 square foot commercial.
And eliminate the daycare.
Eliminate the
exchange.
daycare.
Yes.
And you're only talking 5,600 square feet
Of
added
Correct,
and reducing the 12,000 from the
correct,
daycare.
correct.
That's probably what, one restaurant or?
One or two,
not gonna
maybe, it
put
may not even be a restaurant, it could be some other, it could be
Little
some other use.
storefronts. It's
Sure,
not gonna put a big bump on the commercial.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
traffic,
talk
I
over
would
you.
think.
Not going to be a McDonald's and a Burger King.
No,
correct.
Standalone drive-through.
But it might be a restaurant.
Some sort of eating facility, right?
could
And that
be.
equals
It could be an eating
restaurant?
facility.
Is that- yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't quite understand the part where you can't sell poultry. I saw that.
I can't, I could sell it cooked.
Okay, all right. But like I said, I don't see. I mean, definitely removing the daycare during peak hours on and off is going to reduce the traffic in and out of that property area there, for sure. And adding the 5,600 square foot to the commercial that's already going to exist there is not going to be that much.
Correct.
All right, I think we're probably ready for a motion. It sounds like that there's been a discussion that I think has improved the situation for the community. And so is there a motion on this particular project?
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to? I'll do it.
You, Commissioner McDaniel, yes, and if you would include the elimination of the daycare, but the addition, increasing the square footage of the commercial to 50,000 square feet, I believe is that correct?
Yes,
Second. I'll make that motion. I'll make the motion that we approve the development, eliminate the daycare, raise the square footage of the commercial up to 50,000 square feet, and allow for the reduction to the 30% of affordability with respect to the 129 units.
Right.
And I would like to say, whoever's in charge of the neighborhood, give consideration to the gated access for you folks in and out of that development.
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yes.
sorry, if you're welcome to speak, but you're going to have to come up to the podium.
David, would you like to come up and speak? Because I would like, I know there's resistance to it, but resistance to it today when you have vehicular access to and from your subdivision, only your people go there and only your people come out. But the pedestrian traffic will always be there, but for vehicular access, it's going to be a mess. If you want to get into that commercial plaza, you got to go to your light, go to their center, then go down to the next light, do a U-turn and come back.
We just turned over to the HOA, so HOA board and the community would make that decision.
Okay.
So I don't think anybody here is going to speak one way or the other for that decision. Also, the second point is there's two daycare centers being built, if you're not familiar with that. So I don't know about the market study on that, but
Okay, that's good to hear.
And you mentioned that, David, and I appreciate it. I didn't want to correct Commissioner Lecat.
I hadn't heard that.
Got your paw up.
my traffic consultant reminded me that what we're gonna have to do is, and we'll work with your traffic staff to come up with what that trip cap number is related to the extra 5,600 square feet and bump up the trip cap equal to that number. But we'll coordinate that with your transportation staff.
I just want to say again, hats off to the citizens and the community. This is today we're just seeing rock star citizens at everything we're voting on. And, I commonly encourage citizens, hey, instead of having 50 people come up to the podium and it's sort of a hodgepodge of sort of opinions or whatnot, how smart it is to get a spokesperson and several, and everybody allots their time. We have some other big votes coming up in the next few months, and I hope citizens take this as an example of a perfect way to do it. Eloquent speaker, has the things, not yelling at us. We're not stupid commissioners. We're trying to do the right thing, outlining the points. And then also it's obvious that there's been communication between, the applicant, the citizens, and we don't always have that. And today is just a great example. It's happened several times already where we just have had just superstar citizens come up here and represent their communities with polish and professionalism. And I can speak for all of us saying it's refreshing and we really appreciate it. And that's how you get the right end result. And it won't please everybody, but there's always some give and take. I appreciate hearing about the daycare center, because in the back of my mind, I'm sitting here saying, it's great to say wipe it out, but then you lose that service, and those people who are driving to work, dropping their kids off, they're workers, So it's it goes hand in hand. But you've made me feel a lot better about that. But thank you.
All right, we have a motion, a second, and that motion is to approve both items 9A and 9B. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
What's that gentleman's name? Booker? Dave Booker?
Hooker or hooker?
Hey, Dave, you said you didn't speak eloquently because you're not an attorney. I mean, we got an attorney over here, and he had to ask what an eating facility was. So, I mean, I'm just saying, you did okay. You did okay.
Ms. Patterson.
Commissioners, while we're clearing the room, let's take a look at the Artist of the Month. So our July Artist of the Month is Teresa Webb, a full-time Collier County resident. Miss Webb started her career as an artist at the age of 80.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still conducting our meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we're conducting our meeting. Take your conversations outside, please. Yes, ma'am.
She specializes in oil paintings, bringing lifelike realism to her subject matter. She also has expertise doing commissioned pet portraits. Miss Webb displays her artwork at the Coco Art Gallery in the Coastland Center Mall and Trillium Gallery in the Naples Art District. With that, Commissioners, I know, Troy, how many speakers do we have on 12A?
Sorry. I have 2, 4, 6, 8, looks like 10 online and 5 here in the room.
Commissioners, if you'd like, it's a little bit out of order, but these folks have been waiting for most of the day for the Clam Bay item. Do we want to take that one next and get them done?
All right. I know we have people here for everything, but let's go ahead and take that up.
Yep. All right. So that moves us to item 12A. This item was continued from the May 13th, 2025 BCC meeting. It's a recommendation to provide direction to advertise an ordinance establishing the Clam Bay Advisory Committee to provide recommendations to the board on matters affecting the entire Clam Bay estuary system. And I will look to the board and the county attorney on this. There's been some discussion at prior meetings. And we do have 15 speakers? 15.
Yes, I'm still counting. We've had some leave. Looks like we have about 12.
And this is an item, I think, Commissioner McDaniel, this is your item?
Yeah, okay, yes. Well,
I think it stemmed from that workshop we had.
Yeah.
it did. It did, and the residents and some of the residents of Pelican Bay and some of the residents of Seagate and some of the residents of the city of Naples expressed some concerns, some thought processes, and this was my answer to engage in the community, engage in the stakeholders, engage in the folks that have been primarily in charge of the management of the estuary, along with residents of the city who are impacted by it, to offer up some additional opinions to us. Because if I'm not mistaken, County Manager, this estuary is actually the NERPA is the county's property.
I actually don't know the answer to that, if it's the county's property.
I thought it was, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm looking at our Pelican Bay folks in the back who are giving me the thumbs up.
So, having said that, and the impacts of this estuary are far-reaching. I know since I have became a commissioner, we have spent untold dollars of TDT money dredging out Clam Pass. I have talked to several consultants with regard to the overall health of the estuary, the necessity for proper flush, if you will, with regard to salt water coming and going with the tides. Some of my long-term residents that have lived here even longer than I remember when Clam Pass was a flourishing pass. So my idea was to engage the community and have a discussion, open it up for the ability for others that are impacted by what's going on with the Clam Bay estuary to have some input.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. When I saw this, you know, it's a valiant effort to bring the community together for conversation. However, when it comes to creating an ordinance for an advisory committee, there's still 3 Pelican Bay people, 2 city people. And I have been working in the background, and I'm going to bring it up here pretty shortly. We have 43 different advisory committees in the county, and the cost to put them on and to have staff there it's overwhelming, and I'll bring that up later. But I didn't feel like we had the need to create another advisory committee. I did have a conversation with Tim Hall about the health of the estuary, because I know that Pelican Bay Services Division is in charge of managing it right now. And he assured me that even though the estuary's gone through multiple changes through the storms in the last 5 years, that the health of the estuary is not in question. I talked to him for over an hour. I said, school me, educate me on all of this. And we went from everything from algae bloom to phosphates to everything. And after my conversation, I felt good that the estuary is being taken care of in a proper fashion. I know that this has been going on since, forever. But if we do not create an advisory committee, another one, it doesn't mean that the interested parties can't get together, have civil conversation, listen to each other's needs, and come to us, even as a board, with recommendations that they've gotten together and brought us forth. We can do that without having the expense, without having the creation of it. I've had, I'm in District 2. Pelican Bay is right across the street from me. I have no idea how many emails I've gotten. It's more on this than anything else. I've gotten more emails this than when I made the comment about the dogs when I first became a commissioner.
Don't do that twice.
But no, and if the common theme is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And today's item is just it's an item to go forth in advertising for the ordinance. And personally, I'm not even going to support advertising it. I don't want it. The people don't want it. Pelican Bay Services is doing a good job with the estuary. I do want to encourage the city people and they said that they've had conversations. I would like to see it be a different conversation. I would like to publicly say that when Pelican Bay meets with these people, that they meet with an open mind, they meet with listening to the needs of people, and that the city people come forth with the attitude of, this is what we just would like to, this is what we want, this is what we would love to have, instead of the water's dirty, we're suffering, this is that, and that's this, and it used to be this way in the history. Just come with open communication. Plain talk is the easiest understood, and I think that both parties are mature enough to come forth with something that's if they have to come back to us, that they can come with something that's worthwhile.
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. I kind of got involved in this too at some point before we had that breakout meeting where we had this as one of the subjects. But, I represent District 4, which is unique, which is similar to Commissioner LaCastro district, where you have a city within your district that has its own government, its own council, its own mayor, it's its own, Class A city. And the problem is my district and the people who live in my district within the city, they want some representation from their county commissioner because they do vote for me. They put me in this seat as part of the people in my district. And they felt that they never had a voice, and they are actually the neighboring people to this bay. They sit right on the bay, even though they're in the city. And they're kind of excluded from having a voice when it comes around to, having discussions about the condition of the bay. And there's some people that's lived in these communities right up against the bay for 25, 35 years, and they can contest that it's not the same as it used to be. And there's something that's changed. You can't just blame it all on the storms in the last 5 years. There's just certain things are just not the same. It's not the same bay as it was before. And that being said, they got to go to, I think, 2 meetings last year, or at the beginning of this year and the end of last year. But it shouldn't have been on my request as the county commissioner to have them sit down at these meetings, you know, that typically happen amongst the people that run this operation. They should be welcome all the time because they are neighboring to this body of water, and they are affected by this body of water. And don't fool yourselves that this water doesn't leach out into the Gulf with the extra algae and the extra contaminants. It's an issue that can affect anyone along our coastline, miles and miles of our coastline. So it's not just a single community's problem or a single community's responsibility. It's all our responsibility. And as like Commissioner McDaniel pointed out, the bay is county property. You just have the entrusted to maintain it for us as the county. It's the people's property. That's why I was in favor of having something, a third set of eyes, a neutral party to report back to us, just so we have more, you know, more clarity, more open-mindedness to how to look at these problems or direct our TDY money in certain directions, or if we have to get a greater permit to go beyond the bend, things like that, to do more dredging up to the bridge, things that may be healthy for the bay. But you know, I'm one of 5 people up here, and like Commissioner Hall said, it shouldn't take a commissioner to get involved to have people invited to sit down and talk about this. So I feel that at minimum, if this doesn't pass today, the advertising or we don't move forward, that I think that we should have the ability to have at least 2 mandatory meetings a year where all the stakeholders that live on the border of this water have the opportunity to sit down and have a meeting, and then the minutes from that meeting brought forth to the Board of County Commissioners to be evaluated. And if there's some good ideas in there, and there might be some bad ideas in there, but I think it wouldn't hurt at minimum. But I just wanted to make sure I expressed that because I feel the people in the city do need a voice in this. Because they are right on the border of this body of water. It is in their backyard, so.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yeah, well, and on that note, Venetian Bay, the culvert pipes underneath Seagate Drive are too small. The flush that's coming out of Clam Bay now is not enough flush to actually help push the water out of Venetian Bay when the tides are in fact coming and going. This is county property, and again, I'm not blaming anybody. Pelican Bay has done an admirable job spending Pelican Bay residents' money because I think they have a non-ad valorem assessment that supports the PBSD's adventures along the way. Commissioner Hall, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They fund the whole operation from assessments and the MSTU, with the exception of about $200,000 a year that comes from general funds.
Right. So my thoughts were the creation of this committee brought all of the stakeholders into it. You know, there are additional funding sources that can come in and other opinions and thought processes on how the overall estuary can be managed. So I'm not looking to step on Commissioner Hall's district or either one. This is an issue that I've seen since I lived here. I mean, we all experienced the what's gone on with this estuary. I've lived here for 44 years, so this isn't just a snap decision. And community involvement to me was never an evil thing.
I do have a question. Does the city environmentalist attend these meetings of the district? When is there anybody from Pelican Bay that can answer that question as to whether the city of Naples does have some representation, at least in front of the meeting? It seems to me that would be a very valuable contributor.
Commissioners. I'm Michael Fogg. I'm chairman of the Pelican Bay Services Division. Our Pelican Bay Services Division board meetings are public meetings, the same as yours. It's an elected board. Anybody's welcome to attend those meetings, and representatives from Seagate and Naples Cay have actually attended our meetings and discussed many of these issues that we're going to be talking about today. In addition, we have a committee of Pelican Bay Services Division, which is specifically named the Clam Bay Committee, which spends more time than the board does focused on these issues. That, again, is a public meeting, open to the public, and is minuted and recorded and available through the county records. So to your specific question about the city, there is no direct involvement with the city. We have a good working relationship with the Coastal Advisory Committee on a number of issues, including discussions around these topics that we're talking about today. But there has been no specific city representative that's come forward to the meetings to make comment.
Thank you. All right, we have,
Well, Mr. Fogg here was our first speaker and has a total of 6 minutes to speak. Did you have more you wanted to hear
how
from
many speakers do we have now?
We have, it looks like 9, 10.
And the issue this morning, or this afternoon, is whether or not we're going to advertise. So,
Yes, sir.
all right. If you would, you've got 6 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so as I already said, I'm Michael Fogg, chair of the Pelican Bay Services Division. Since 2013, the county has delegated responsibility for the advice and management of Clam Bay to the Pelican Bay Services Division. It looks after the Clam Bay itself, plus obviously mainly the NERPA, which sits within it. So I'm here kind of to advise. We're an advisory committee. I'm here to advise. It's probably unprecedented for somebody from the Pelican Bay Services Division to appear before the commission. We tend to keep a fairly low profile and get on with the responsibility of managing the Clam Bay estuary, and there have been really no major issues that have caused us to need to come before the committee. The ordinance as drafted, however, strikes at the heart of the PBSD mission and their operations by creating, which we believe to be an unnecessary, unelected oversight committee with, as drafted, no staffing and no budget. So it won't be a surprise to you that I'm here today to advise you not to proceed with the ordinance. It's worth noting, I think, from a history point of view, that prior to 2013, the estuary and the NERPA were managed by various different county organizations with mixed results, which ultimately resulted in significant die-off in the mangroves and other significant problems. And that since 2013, when PBSD took over, there has been a fairly successful management program, and there have been no really significant problems with the die-off in the mangroves. Now, my formal response to the proposal was sent to you in a letter from me on May 27th, which I would appreciate being included in the record today. What I want to do today is just to talk about 3 points. They are water quality in Outer Clam Bay, water quality in the Seagate canals, and some comments about the draft of the ordinance itself. As to water quality in Outer Clam Bay, various commissioners, I think, have received input from various residents about concerns over water quality in Outer Clam Bay. For the most part, as I understand it, these comments are anecdotal, based on visual impressions of the state of the bay. The extensive monitoring that PBSD undertakes would suggest otherwise. Conditions in Clam Bay and the NERPA are extensively monitored on a regular basis by PBSD. The first way that we do this is by pollution control. The Collier County Pollution Control Group tests our water quality monthly at various stations throughout Pelican Bay, 2 of which stations are adjacent to residents of Seagate. Those monthly reports are tabulated, and an annual report is presented to the Clam Bay Committee and then ultimately to the Pelican Bay Services Division Board, and is publicly available. Generally, those results show a stable estuary within acceptable parameters. The second method that we do to monitor conditions within Clam Bay Estuary is that we monitor tidal flow through a variety of tidal gauges which are monitored constantly, and it is the flow in and out on those gauges which ultimately determine whether we choose to dredge or not dredge in any particular season. And the third way that we do it is that the staff and our consultants periodically are out in the bay on a regular basis and have, obviously, observations about the state of the mangroves and whether there's any potential for any stress or die-off amongst the mangroves. So it is fair to say that some measurements, not all by any means, and some of the tidal flows are not in the ideal range. But interestingly, most of those issues, those areas where there is concern, are not in Outer Clam Bay. They're actually in Upper Clam Bay, which is to the north, which area does not get as much tidal flow as Outer Clam Bay. So much has been made about dredging and the frequency of dredging and the depth and breadth of dredging in Clam Bay. PBSD dredges Clam Bay in accordance with a permit which has been in existence now for several years, which was approved by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's fairly limited. We're only allowed to do certain dredging, and we can only do it at certain times of the year. We supplement this where necessary with hand-dug channels which open up tidal flow into specific areas of the mangroves where we think there's particular areas of stress. So although all the measurements that we take suggest to us that the estuary is stable, in an abundance of caution and in an anticipation of some expected storms effects this summer, we have been recommended by our consultant that we actually schedule a dredge this summer, or at least this fall, as it turns out.
We're going to need you to wrap up here.
Okay. Well, I've got... the only other issue, my bottom line on that is Clam Bay is in good condition and by all measures that we take, all right? The issues that I think the Seagate folks are really interested in are the conditions within their canals.
Again, we have a lot of speakers, so
Okay.
need to wrap up.
Okay. Well, I guess my bottom line is that we don't see a need for this oversight committee. The conditions in Clam Bay are adequate. If you wish to address the issues in Seagate, a special attempt through the CAC or through some other committee needs to be done.
Thank you.
Okay?
Your next speaker is Patrick, and I'm sorry, I cannot make out the writing on this last name.
Oh, I failed handwriting.
Is that...
Whack,
is-
W-A-C-K.
Okay, Patrick, will
Believe it or not.
will be followed by Kathy Worley. Thank you, sir.
Listen, I appreciate all your time, and I know you've heard a lot. And by the way, I'm going to be the only speaker, but I'm representing Naples K, and you heard a lot from folks from Naples K, maybe too much for some of you. You know, I'm a bit like David in the David and Goliath story here, but listen, I think a couple things. One, we can argue about the health of the estuary. I can give you data that shows that it isn't healthy. It is considered impaired by the state of Florida. The seagrass has declined to less than 5%. I can go on. Secondly, you know, we did have an engineering study done who made some recommended changes, which I think ought to be taken, you know, seriously. Third is I have provided at the Clam Bay meetings that were mentioned a pretty comprehensive list of things that we think should be examined. By the way, they go beyond water quality. They get into that mangrove strip, which you may remember from the U.S. Army Corps, which if that breaches, we're all in trouble, you know, all those communities. Unfortunately, with the U.S. Army Corps study gone, you know, that's no longer around. We want the same things as Pelican Bay, clean water, a better environment, but we want it consistently applied to the entire NRPA, all the way to the south. And fundamentally, it's our backyard. And we fear that without some formal representation, structure will be continue to treat it as a bit of an unwanted stepchild. So whatever your conscience tells you today, we appreciate your time and effort in looking at this matter. We hope that we can get your support for a committee. If not, we hope there's an alternative solution which, gives us a better voice and kind of holds everyone accountable. So that's all we ask. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Kathy Worley. She'll be followed on Zoom by Allison Sawyer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kathy Rowley, Conservancy of Southwest Florida, and I'm the Director of Environmental Science. If the Commission, I'm not going to talk about whether or not you should do this ordinance. What I'm going to talk about is if you happen to do this ordinance and decide to develop a Clam Bay Advisory Board, I would strongly suggest that technical advisors be included in this advisory board. The purpose, as stated, is of the ordinance is to review issues affecting the entire Bay system, including direction, management, health, and long-term viability. Now, the purpose is stated, none of the 5 members that are proposed in the ordinance, as written anyway, are required to have any mangrove estuarine or scientific backgrounds or the expertise that would be needed to achieve the stated goal of this advisory board. I would strongly suggest, if you decide to move forward with this, that the board be expanded to include 5 technical individuals, including 2 mangrove ecologists with experience in Clam Bay estuary, 1 hydrologist that is familiar with isolated mangrove forest inlet areas, 1 water quality scientist that is familiar with dredge and fill canal systems adjacent to mangrove estuaries, and 1 climate or sea level rise resiliency expert. And that is because this area is very vulnerable to that. If these individuals are on the advisory board, you might, along with the 5 that you have suggested, you might have a better chance of making a difference for the entire system if you go forward with this proposal. I've worked in the Clam Bay system now for over 25 years. I've produced annual reports on a myriad of challenges that this system faces that have occurred over a quarter of a century. There have been many changes of who's in charge of the place, but I would argue that nature and the effects of developing and creating an isolated system are driving the bus here. The reality is there's not going to be an easy answer moving forward, but whatever you decide to do should be driven by the best available science. And I thank you for listening to me today.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Allison Sawyer, and she will be followed by Carolyn Healy. Ms. Sawyer, you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes.
I appreciate your time. I'm a Pelican Bay resident, a newly elected board member on the Mangrove Action Committee. I have a degree in natural resource management and have worked as a naturalist for the National Park Service in a number of key national parks, including places like Yellowstone National Park, C&O Canal, Rocky Mountain National Park. And so I'm well aware of the delicate balance between use and preservation. And one of the difficulties, I think, in an area like Clam Bay, where we have so much desire to use this to have clean water, and yet at the same time have businesses and HOAs that have their desired effects on these areas, is that when decisions need to be made, the extended layering of oversight becomes very difficult with making decisions in a timely manner that can allow the best preservation of these mangroves. We all depend on these mangroves, the people, the businesses, the wildlife, and we can't afford to relinquish oversight to groups that have their own issues and agendas that would not allow us to continue to move forward in a timely manner on keeping the mangroves safe. And so I really appreciate it. I echo Chris Hall's comments and feedback. I appreciate these commissioners and all the work that you're doing. Commissioner Knowles, I thought that was a wonderful idea that maybe rather than just adding another layer of advisory board, that we could establish some meetings where we could have these discussions being made. I would like to encourage the commissioners to not move forward with trying to create a whole nother advisory committee and allow those who already have the scientific knowledge of this area to continue to work as they are doing to keep this Clam Bay and Clam Pass area safe for all of us and preserve the mangroves in the process. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Carolyn Healy, and she will be followed by Martin Chamberlain. Carolyn, you're being prompted. I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank you all for taking this issue and listening and all the work you do. I am a 12-year board member of a watershed institute that has a lot of policy, research, advocacy, and I'd like to kind of echo what we've heard today from Commissioner Hall, from our previous speaker Allison, and also from the head of the PBSD. At this point, a layer of bureaucracy is not what is needed in to be effective and have effective work on it done in this area. I think you can argue appointing more technological savviness or advisory committee, being part of it is, or being consultants within it is something valuable, but just adding another layer is not helpful in this type of work. This type of work takes a lot of passion, a lot of drive, and to have it layered is not helpful. I think that's really all it is. Others have said it better than or the same as I am, and I want to echo what they're saying. Thanks for your time.
Your next speaker is Martin Chamberlain, and he will be followed by Maureen Flatley. Mr. Chamberlain, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. And you've done so, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. No comment at this time. I appreciate it, though.
All right, then. That will take us to Maureen Flatley, and she will be followed by Michael Riley. Maureen, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. And Maureen, are you with us? All right, I'm going to throw my Zoom coordinator a curveball here and go on to Michael Riley. Mr. Riley, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so, you have done that. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, thank you. I'll be very brief. First of all, I would echo Commissioner Hall's point in terms of if it's not broken, don't fix it. And also, I think the points that Allison and Carolyn made were spot on, particularly around there's a perception sometimes that more is better, and I think just adding another level of bureaucracy is not helpful. Finally, I would also just encourage the Board of County Commissioners, if you have not done so, to read in detail Michael Fogg, the chairman of the Pelican Bay Services Division's letter. I thought it was very well written and spot on, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Maureen Flatley, and she'll be followed by Susan O'Brien. Did I try Maureen? Yes, we did. She is asleep, I'm being told. So we'll go on to Susan O'Brien. Susan, I see you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I served on the Pelican Bay Services Division Board from 2011 to 2022 and as chair of PBSD's Clam Bay Committee for 10 years. I attended the March 4th BCC meeting at which 8 individuals from Naples Cay and Seagate spoke about Clam Bay. A major takeaway from their comments was that consideration should be given to dredging Clam Pass every year to ensure good tidal flow throughout Clam Bay and to minimize this disruption to Clam Bay caused by the current practice of dredging only when certain variables are met. I agree that consideration should be given to annual dredging of Clam Pass because conditions have changed since the Clam Bay Management Plan was approved by the BCC in 2015. Many of the changes in Clam Bay are due to the 4 hurricanes we've experienced since 2017. I support PBSD and Naples Cay and Seagate representatives having a series of meetings between now and the end of the year to discuss the pros and cons of annual dredging of Clam Pass and other issues. I respectfully disagree that to address the issues raised by Seagate and Naples Cay, a Clam Bay Advisory Committee should be formed at this time. Before the responsibility for advising the BCC on issues related to Clam Bay is moved from the fully staffed and fully funded PBSD, an established division of Collier County government, to an unstaffed and unfunded Clam Bay Advisory Committee, every effort should be made to address the issues before such a major change is made. I respectfully request that you not pursue the formation of a Clam Bay Advisory Committee at this time, and that you consider asking PBSD to meet directly with Seagate and Naples K representatives to discuss and make recommendations, if needed, to the BCC. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, your final registered speaker on Zoom is Trent Waterhouse. Mr. Waterhouse, you're being prompted to unmute yourself.
He's right there. Please
Wow. I have a slip for you, but when I saw you online, I thought you must have left.
make sure he unmutes himself.
Yes, please unmute yourself, sir.
Can do. Commissioners, good afternoon. I would urge you to allow the Collier County Pelican Bay Services Division, the Seagate Neighborhood, and Naples K to continue communicating and collaborating with each other and leveraging the PBSD engineering data, staffing resources, and more than a decade of experience successfully managing the Clam Bay estuary. The proposed Clam Bay Committee has the wrong name, no scope, no funding, and no staffing. It interferes with the Collier County Pelican Bay Services Division purpose, power, duties, staffing, and funding to manage the Natural Resource Protection Area, mangroves, and Clam Bay estuary. The proposed advisory committee could also unintentionally result in the Pelican Bay Foundation exercising its reversionary property rights to assume ownership of Clam Pass Park, the Clam Bay estuary, and the beach from the Ritz-Carlton to the Naples Grand. There is no doubt that Seagate and Naples K neighborhoods located in the city of Naples need help and have sought help to address the water quality issues in their canals, the dune plantings, the mangrove restoration, and beach renourishment. The jurisdictional boundary of the Pelican Bay PUD at Seagate Drive and the MSTBU taxing authority of the PBSD restricts PBSD funds from being used south of Seagate Drive. Having personally collaborated with the Seagate Neighborhood Association leadership over the past year, there's no question about what needs to be done. All parties are focused on water quality, healthier mangroves, and a properly dredged Clam Pass within the permits and templates approved by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Any current or future use of the Clam Bay estuary for motorized boating must be approved by the Pelican Bay Foundation. Those matters have already been litigated. From a practical perspective, the BOCC forming the Clam Bay Advisory Committee does not fix the money, staffing, and professional technical advisor needs raised by Seagate and the Naples K neighborhoods. The Seagate and Naples K neighborhoods need help. They need funding sources, technical advisors, and staffing, none of which are provided through this ordinance or through this proposed committee. As always, thank you for your service to our community, and I appreciate the time today.
All right, that concludes the public comment. Let's just see if there's a motion, and I do have a couple comments I'd like to make in terms of where I think we ought to go, but is there a motion on this particular issue to bring this back? All right, let me make a suggestion.
Do you want to have a motion, or you want to have a discussion about it? I mean,
let me give you my thoughts, and then I'm not so sure. If there's a motion in a second to move forward with advertising the ordinance, I'll support that, but I don't believe that, just to keep the dialogue going, but I don't think that's the right answer. I think that the city of Naples needs to be involved. I think Collier County needs to be involved. But I don't think we need to create another structure for that. I think there's a structure in place where we can accomplish that. I'll turn to Commissioner Colwell, because it's his district in terms of the particular issue here. And you've heard all the conversation. What do you think is really the right solution to getting more involvement
And like I said in my opening comments, I was behind some sort of committee when we came out at a workshop, putting something together. But my concern was, like I said before, was that I shouldn't have got involved to the point where, once I got involved, it felt like Mr. Wack and the other citizens in that area that lived in the city finally had the opportunity to actually be part of some of their meetings at some point, or had the opportunity to get an invitation to speak with the people who run the organization. And I felt like it shouldn't have took me to do that. But my opinion is that I think at the minimum out of this meeting we're having today, and I heard the one speaker on Zoom and a couple other people, they're very open to having some sort of like mandatory annual meeting or something with the stakeholders and other people that may have a greater grasp on what, this bay has, to offer to us, especially in a healthy condition, and just have that minutes from that meeting reported back to the Board of County Commissioners. It doesn't mean we're going to have to adopt anything or look at it, but it'll give us opportunity to take a second look. And if it's an issue, we can always bring it up.
And I would suggest that if it's possible, if you could contact the city manager, and because I don't know what involvement the city has had in any of this.
Well, at the workshop we had, their environmental gentleman was here. He spoke at the podium, and he was very interested in some sort of partnership and moving forward. So
is that something that perhaps you could kind of spearhead in putting something together to involve the city more directly in this conversation?
Yeah, definitely. Then we can sit down and figure out who should be at the table.
Because I would support any type of involvement with the city in this discussion, but I don't think I would support ultimately going with another advisory board, because I agree with Commissioner Hall. I think that would not result in anything particularly positive. And we have so many of those to begin with. It's just another level that I don't think will accomplish anything. So my thought is, Commissioner Kowal, if you could work with your colleagues in the city in terms of getting them involved in some way, and I'm sure that the Pelican Bay Advisory Board, they understand that the County Commission is interested in including more dialogue with the city. I'm certain that they will accommodate that. And if they don't, then we could always come back with another advisory board.
So I said, I think the opportunity to get these people to the table, but if they don't take advantage of it, that's on them.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. So, but
Mr.
I
Hall?
think we do have people out there interested.
I'm going to echo that exactly. There was just a few things that after listening to everyone that I would like to encourage in the dialogue. Number one is maybe for the Naples K people to consider a smaller MSTU to where they can come to the table with some funding. And I definitely feel like you need a voice in the matter. I loved Ms. Worley's comments about the technical advisors, everything except for the sea rise thing. That the beach has come right there every single day for the last million years, and it's going to continue to come right there. So, to consider the annual dredging, and I think with some extra funds, that's a possibility in the discussions. And what Commissioner Kowal said, just providing us with the meeting minutes. I would love to know that there's civil, constructive conversation going on with the two parties. And I think that the people that are involved are way smart enough to come up with something brilliant to keep the estuary flowing, to keep the estuary in great health, and we can all live happily ever after.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that, especially if Commissioner Kowal's going to be assisting there. I heard several things. Number one, the Clam Bay management plan hasn't been touched since 2015, and I would like that to be a portion of what's in fact going on. I specifically would like to have city involvement and county involvement, because this is a NERPA. I would like some of our staff to be involved in these meetings as well, from a environmental consultation standpoint. I want to say out loud, I'm the last guy that would ever be looking to create bureaucracy. The thought process here was an advisory committee, not an oversight committee. It was represented several times that this was an oversight committee. That was never the premise, never the thought process. It was for involving community. Commissioner Hall, you spoke of the creation of an MSTU. I would offer up that the folks in Naples Cay and in the south or in the northern end of Venetian Bay should give consideration to that to be able maybe offer up some funding to assist with the flush issues that we in fact have. I mean, there's a lot here. This has been going on for a long time, but I'm okay with this. I mean, this isn't something that has to happen right now. If you're comfortable with it, I am.
And just to piggyback
Mr.
on
Caldwell?
that,
Mm-hmm.
when I do go to the city, I mean, that would have to be something that we'd have to really take a
course.
deep dive in, because they have to request us as the county to create some sort of MSDU
Correct.
for that section of the city. It's like, it's one of those, like, they have to, I believe that's correct. Is that not correct? I know we're talking about this another portion we've been working on. But.
Well, right. We are working on this for another area in the city of Naples, the logistics of an MSTU and how that would work for this type of activity. But we can sort through that.
Yeah, but once I get with the city and we get representatives, then that'll be something
All right.
to have a discussion about.
All right, I'm going to try to fashion a motion, see if it encapsulates what we're all talking about. And the motion would be to not move forward with an advisory board as outlined in this agenda item, but instead to have Commissioner Colwell work with contacts in the city and also with the Pelican Bay Advisory Board to come up with a mechanism to provide some input for the folks in Seagate and those other communities, whatever that mechanism might be. Similar to what you did with the automatic or the electric bikes and that sort of thing. You came up with a great solution to that problem, and I'm confident that you would do the same with this, because I agree that another advisory board will not get us to where we want to go. So that would be either your motion or my motion, but that would.
I like how you worded it.
All right.
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passed unanimously. We're going to take a break until 5 minutes to 3 and give our court reporter a bit of a break.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Thank you, Ms.
What do we
Patterson.
gotta do now?
Put your seatbelt on.
All right, let's move on to the hobby breeders.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 9C. This is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the animal control ordinance by amending the definition of hobby breeder and permit requirements and process. Mr. James French is here, your department head of community development growth management is here to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will be brief, believe it or not. I just want to introduce Lisa Blackledge and Meredith McLean. Lisa works with our land development review team. She's worked all over community development and environmental services, or all over growth management, community development for a number of years. And of course, Meredith is your Director of Domestic Animal Services. Both have worked diligently on this. And per your direction, Commissioner Saunders, they did meet with Tom Kep, and I believe it was a good meeting. Hopefully, Mr. Kep will agree. And I think we've been able to incorporate what will be provided to you, many of the changes that he's asked for. Lisa?
I don't know if Mr. Kep has ever agreed, so if he does, this will be a first and will be a good start.
For him to be agreeable, we'll make that a part of the record.
Is that on record?
Yes, it is. She's writing it all down.
Lisa Blackledge, Planning Manager, Development Review. This ordinance was advertised on May 27th, and I went the wrong way. Nope, yep. On May 13th, it was requested to be advertised. On May 27th, it was advertised, and on June 18th, we met with Tom Kep after the direction from the board to discuss proposed recommendations for changes to the ordinance. The ordinance that was advertised proposes to amend the definition of hobby breeder to clarify that if 2 or more litters would be considered a pet dealer, and that service dog organizations are exempt and not considered breeders. The proposed amendment requires that hobby breeders obtain a permit. It would establish late fees and for renewals, and that they would disclose permitted activities that may conflict the ordinance. If there were requirements that would have a combination permit, so if it was an animal-based organization, they would be required to have multiple licenses if they were a groomer, and then they were also a pet dealer. And then it also added a fee of up to $500 if they failed to obtain a permit. One of the proposed changes was additional requirements that allowed for the denial, suspension, or revocation of a permit. They're listed below. They were for cruelty of animals or violating the standards of care ordinance. The current ordinance didn't have specific requirements. This was added to give code enforcement better teeth so that they could deny permits. It also added for an appeal process. If the permit was denied, they could go before the special magistrate, and then they could reapply for their permit if all the requirements were satisfied. On June 18th, staff met with Tom Kep. Some of the proposed recommendations are listed in front of you. Let me see. To treat all puppies and kittens bred by hobby breeders the same as commercial breeders, this would require vet exams, records of offspring and adults, health certificates and microchips, scheduled inspections, and transfer of ownership not until 8 weeks. Medically unaltered pets that could be treated the same as altered pets. This would allow reduced fees for licensing for pets that were unable to be altered. And then we would ask for inspections that possible for unaltered pets to verify that breeding is not happening. Better enforcement for noncompliance. Evaluate fees for breeders to encourage spay and neuter. Simplify the penalties and clear paths for enforcement. This would consolidate the penalties, including the non-aggravated and aggravated penalties, and added a mandatory appearance to the special magistrate if warranted. Late fees for failure to renew permits, And staff supported the reasons for denial, suspension, and revocation of permits. The permits that were, or the stakeholder recommendations that are italicized on there would, if you wanted to impose them on this ordinance, they would require additional amendments to the advertised ordinance. So changes would be required to this ordinance, which is 1333, which is the animal control ordinance. And then additional changes would be required to 1355, which is the standards of care ordinance, which is a separate ordinance that this ordinance established. And those changes would be required to implement the big changes that Tom Kep was wanting, which would be the vets, the vet care, the vaccinations, the microchip. Those all fall under a different ordinance. So those would be brought back at a later meeting if you wanted to make changes to the fee schedule and the animal care ordinance.
All right, so we would be in a position to approve this ordinance with recommended changes at some point, but some of the changes are to ordinances that have not been advertised, so those we will have to bring back. So you're going to have to kind of keep us on task in terms of what we can do and what we can't do as we proceed. Anything else from?
Nope. Questions?
All right, I don't see anybody. Commissioner McDaniel, I'm sorry.
Thank you. When I read this ordinance, it led me down a path that wasn't as descriptive as I would have liked. There was a specific definition for a hobby breeder, and then what happens when you're no longer deemed a hobby breeder, you're now a pet dealer. But there was no, and maybe with what you're talking about, I understand this is one of three ordinances that needs to be touched if we're going to incorporate all these adjustments. And so I think it was in the second paragraph after the definition of hobby breeder, it says if you have more than 2 litters, then you shall be deemed a pet dealer, but I couldn't find any definition of a pet dealer and or what, is that all included in a different ordinance that you're talking about we're gonna have to touch?
That would be included in this ordinance, and that was something that I had recommended to change. The definition of pet dealer is a Florida statute term that closely aligns with our ordinance definition of commercial breeder.
Okay.
So it was an additional introduced term that might be redundant.
So my question is, to you and the stakeholders, would it be better to do all 3 of these ordinances together in one clear path, as opposed to shoot at this one first and then do the next and do the next?
That would be up to you, but it might be the cleanest path.
I would prefer we do that. I would rather we do it all at once and not piecemeal it.
If we get your guidance, then we can bring all 3 back together and make sure that they can all tie out together.
Well, and forgive me, Mr. Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, but don't we have to advertise all 3 simultaneously?
No, because this one was advertised, but the changes, we will have to advertise the changes to the others. But if we get your guidance on this one, we'll advertise them all again together. I don't think it's a big leap to do it or a big effort. We've gotten most of the way there, but timing is up to you all. If you'd like to do it in 2 steps, we'll work with the county attorney to make it happen.
Well, I'd rather do it in 1 step, but talking about late fees that we haven't reviewed yet, suggestions on mandates for commercial breeders or pet dealers, whatever those definitions in fact entail, without actually touching them, I would think we should maybe we should continue this item till our August meeting. You're making a face, Mr. Chair.
Well, you're talking about continuing an item. We got a lot of registered speakers that have been here all morning, all afternoon.
Yeah.
And if we're able to adopt an ordinance today, even though it's only one of 3, then that would be my desire.
Okay.
As opposed to, again, continuing this for another, in this case, another 6 weeks. I don't know that we need to do it all at the same time. And now staff says, and the county attorney says, well, we can't really do it piecemeal, then that's another story. But I don't believe that's the case. So that's why I was making a little face there. I was concerned about all the folks that have been here all day.
And again, I'm not looking to disrespect anyone for their time. It's just these are things I mentioned it to Jamie yesterday, that I had concerns with the definitions that are included in here, or the lack thereof, and then I also heard, I thought about it after Mr. French told me yesterday that there were other ordinances that were going to be needing to be touched. I was thinking it would just make more sense to do them all at once.
Commissioner LaCastro.
So I recently had a little bit of a cat problem on Marco. So I can relate to some of these things. I don't know if we approve something today or not. I was thinking out loud, and I was thinking along very similar lines here, not to stall anything or not to hear from people, but I think we need to come out with an ordinance that hits this problem hard. And I feel like we're sort of picking away at the edges. And the people who do this in a really, really bad way are not dumb or stupid. They're looking for all the loopholes. They know how to work their way around everything. And if we have multiple ordinances and the wording isn't quite right, they're going to find those loopholes quickly. And I'd rather do this correct and strong than fast and sloppy. And we're, redoing it and redoing it and redoing it and adding something here and there and whatnot. And I don't know that we've pulled all the pieces together to have something really strong hit the street. And so my thought was kind of similar, which is, hey, it seems like we have a little bit over here, a little bit over here, a little bit over here, and we have to think like the people who are going to try to violate this. How are they going to get around it? And as I read through things, I'm not a animal expert here, but certainly Mr. French and I have been involved in a couple of big ones on Marco and some other places. We need something that's, nothing's ever airtight. Someone always finds a way around it. But we need something that I believe is very strong, very detailed, and doesn't have 3 different versions floating around there. So I don't know if that means we vote on something today or we don't. But I had similar concerns of what Commissioner McDaniel was voicing as well. I definitely want to hear from the public that's here, and whether we vote on something or not, the input they give us now will help us either in the next hour or in 6 weeks to have something that they love even more. So I don't think, we're trying to race to the finish line. We're trying to get something out there that's strong and enforceable and doesn't have, any holes in it that are obvious workarounds for some of these folks. What do you think, Mr. French? You're knee deep in this as well. What's your thoughts or recommendation?
Thank you, Commissioner. I like to think that I'm over my head, actually, beyond knee deep. But both unfortunately and probably fortunate to me is that my last meeting on Mondays one-on-ones is with Commissioner McDaniel. And I mean this with all due respect, because he challenged me to reach out to our Office of Special Magistrate, and that's why I was a few minutes late today. I did have a phone meeting with Patrick Neal this afternoon, and I talked to Pat because what he's seen is amped up enforcement, more so than he's ever seen in Collier County. And he wants to do everything by the book and by the law. But he gave me the permission to express some of his challenges, and some of them are, for example, where he has a case, whether it be a dog running at large, whether it be a cat, whether it be some sort of animal issue, the ordinance it restricts him on how much he can fine, and also restricts him on what his powers and duties are. And the only thing he's left to do is make a referral to the county attorney or to staff to seek a district court, which costs more money, which takes more time, and inevitably it could result in a not favorable outcome for either the county or that animal. And so these are some of the challenges that I just learned about this morning. And so I'm with you that we also believe that we could adopt this ordinance as presented today, and then we could bring back amendments to be able to address all of the concerns that Mr. Kep brought up to us last week. We brought this back based on board direction, and we were probably short-sighted in not sitting down with Tom before. So it was a very good suggestion, Commissioner Saunders. We appreciate that, Mr. Chair. But at the end of the day, now that Commissioner McDaniel has challenged us, these are now I've got some concerns that have been brought up by your special magistrate that says, hey, I'm willing to sit down with you as well and show you some of the legal parameters where I'm challenged and we could work further with the county attorney. So it really is the board's pleasure, should you like to pass this today and have us come back with an amendment and advertisement of all three that are going to require some massaging.
I would not be interested in passing this ordinance today if we have to come back in 6 weeks to amend this particular ordinance. My understanding was, and apparently that was not correct, my understanding was that we have a couple other ordinances that need to be worked on and amended in addition to the passage of this one, and that they were three different ordinances, which I thought meant we could adopt the hobby breeders ordinance today and then do the other two ordinances at the next meeting. But if we need to have changes to the hobby breeders ordinance, that's a different story.
We find that they're not in unison. There's some conflict in the language to where, especially in the definitions, where one definition make reference to the state. And we did originally, based on board direction, we had only focused on the hobby breeder. As we started to read further into this, we noticed that you've got this other ordinance out here that they're in conflict, not in conflict, but they don't necessarily complement each other. And that creates some challenges on the enforcement side.
All right. Commissioner Caldwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, you were going through the presentation, and you know, I thought we were just going to talk about the hobby breeder particular ordinance today, but you did kind of enlighten when you started saying things about the commercial breeder, where you're bringing things over from that language into the hobby breeder ordinance, which, you know, the chipping, the vaccinations, a lot of things that they're held to a certain standard to as a commercial breeder license in Collier County. What's to keep somebody from just getting a commercial license, since they're already held to the same standard in a hobby breeder and they can have as many litters as they want?
I don't believe we're looking for much differentiation here.
But you understand my question?
Yes, sir.
We're trying to strengthen the hobby breeder, the person that just has the 2 litters a year, or whatever that number, magic number is. We're trying to strengthen that to give us more teeth to enforce it. But if we're bringing the same language from the commercial breeders ordinance to the hobby breeders ordinance, what keeps them from just getting a commercial license and have as many litters as they want?
That's a very good question, and there's nothing that would keep them from doing that. However, that would require...
The idea is to keep the number of dogs and cats being born
in a commercial
down by having a hobby breeder ordinance that's strong.
In a commercial breeder setting, what I would tell you is that now you're talking about needing a facility. Now you're talking about building code. Now you're talking about fire code. Now you're talking about zoning. If you're a true commercial breeder where you're registered as a commercial breeder with the state, you're going to be in a building.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I don't want to make this to a point where they can just say, you know what, I'll just get the other one, and it keeps me from being restricted to 2 litters a year.
The restrictions would be very similar, so that if you're going to enter into this business, there's going to be some heightened costs and restrictions that would be put on you should you think about getting into the breeder business. It's not to thwart people away. It's really to say, if you're going to do this, you're going to do it in a responsible fashion in line with the state of Florida, as well as with Collier County.
All right. Well, I thought ultimately we're just trying to get curbed the multiple litters out there we have no control over, was to create a better hobby breeder ordinance.
And many of these that we're finding, these backyard breeders, so to speak, hobby breeders, they're not licensed.
Yeah.
They're not licensed at all. And the most we can find on something like that is perhaps $250. And it's not a property violation because of the at-home business. It is simply somebody had a litter of puppies and they decided they were going to let them go, or kittens. But I think to Mr. Kep's point, and what he might tell you, is that having them all spayed or neutered on the licensing piece, but also if you do get into the breeding business, they're going to be vet checked, they're going to be microchipped, they're going to be registered. And whether you give them away or whether you sell them, you have to keep records for a period of 2 years, so that that breeder then would be responsible for providing that we found this animal here. There should be a record of the transfer of the ownership to this person. So as we start to do that investigation, whether it be the sheriff's office or whether it be our code enforcement ACO staff, we at least know where that animal came from, or perhaps if the dog got out or the cat got away, we would be able to contact the registered owner and say, we have your animal.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. In conversation with you yesterday, I didn't like the low fees. You don't accidentally be a multiple offender of this ordinance. You have to do it on purpose. And a $500 fine is a chip shot for somebody selling a $3,000 cat. And whatever we do, whether we do it today, whether we do it all in one swoop, I want to be, two things. I want to be limited as less as we can for enforcement. I mean, if there's a state statute that says what we can and can't do, I want to stretch that to the limit. And if there's any gray area, I want to be deep in the gray. And whatever we can do fine-wise to make it hurt, make it sting, make it wound, whatever we got to do, I want to do that because, you know, a man's treasure is in his heart. And if we can get to his treasure, we can get to his heart. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. I think listening to what I've heard here so far is this hobby breeders ordinance isn't ready yet. I think that we need to touch all three. I think we need to have consultation from the magistrate with regard to the fee structures, the penalizations, Commissioner Hall, to make it hurt as far as those that are in violation of and or doing things that are outside of Hoyle. And I certainly want to hear from the public that have been here all day. Those inputs, as Commissioner LaCastro said, are as valid today as they are if we pass something in a month from now. So, or month and a half, however many weeks that is, Mr. Chair. So my suggestion is that we hear from the public and that we bring all three back at our first meeting in August.
We would ask the magistrate if it's okay with the board to actually maybe come in and weigh in as well. If
he can do it to you. He doesn't need to speak to us. He can give you his as far as I'm concerned, I don't need to speak to him personally. He can give you his suggestions and we can add those in when we review all three.
he just asked that I offer his services as well. Should you have any questions for him about some of the things he's seen?
I think it would be a good idea to have him come. So, because we may have some questions that if he's willing to do that, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, so one of the things, just very quickly, is that the power to remove an animal, he does not have that. So if he's got one person that has 5 violations. This person clearly paid a lot of money, but $500, that's all he's left with. He can fine up to $500, and he's like, I'd love to be able to just take this animal from them. And it's a running at large. I don't think it's an animal abuse case. We didn't get into the detail. But that's much like what we did on the cat case. That was your warrant, by the way. That wasn't, and we appreciate the sheriff's office for helping us, but that was your staff, first time ever that our ACOs actually went, and we did not have to give a 48-hour notice. Protection of evidence, those type of things. This is new to code, and we've had this for the last year, but some of these do lead into both property as well as criminal cases, and we're fully prepared. But again, we're identifying the limits in the language of the ordinances that are preventing us. And I think that's some of Mr. Kep's frustrations as well.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Let's hear from the citizens today. Do a deep dive with the magistrate. Pull all these things together. And instead of launching a firecracker, let's launch a stick of dynamite, okay? This is a big deal. The can's been not kicked, but it's been thin out there. And I think we need something that sends a message to the community. And I think you've heard it, from all of us here. So I don't think anybody's kicking the can. But in 6 weeks, you're going to bring us back something that's got some beef and some meat to it. And I think that's what we need. And I think we have to also make sure, and that's where the magistrate can help, and also all the animal experts out here and our own county attorney, think like a breeder who's trying to cut corners and get around the system and try to make the ordinance as airtight as possible, because they'll find the workarounds. Let's not make it easy for them and bring us back something that's super strong. And I think that's what you're hearing from all of us.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the registered speakers.
Your first speaker is Tom Kep. He'll be followed by Eva Front. Tom's been seated additional time from Heather Adams, Jacob Adams, Cassandra Gehring, and Elizabeth Kep, I understand, is not here.
My wife went home.
She left you. I thought you
Might
were
have been those
agreeable.
shorts. Tom, it might have been those shorts.
You like this? I got a couple extra pairs.
You have 12 minutes, Tom.
Listen, thank you guys. That's the most positive presentation from the board that I've heard since I've been coming up here for 23 years. And, you know, I'll say this, and I don't mean to sound this way, but I do know what I'm talking about without in the field. And to your concerns on the commercial breeder and some of the hobby breeders going that way, most people don't understand this. I have no problem with responsible breeders. And in fact, one time there was a guy selling pit bulls on the side of the road in Immokalee with a big sign. And I actually stopped him and I said, why don't you turn all your competitors in? Give me their names. I'll go over there and find them, and I'll turn them all in. And then you go get your license, build some good kennels, and breed. And you can get the money that you need for your product. I said, but everybody and his brother's out doing this, and it's illegal, and you shouldn't be doing it. And we have too many of these animals out. And so the bottom line is these hobby breeders, they're not going to spend $200 a piece, each puppy, getting a health certificate. They're not going to keep records for 2 years. They're not actually, they don't even hide this. I mean, I find puppies in the front yard. I think in the last 3 weeks, I've taken 30-some puppies. They've all been running around in front of the house. They're not even hiding it. And I turned them in, or I've got them surrendered to me. Bill helped me just the other day get 2 puppies and a female and a little male. And that actually, the little male's at my house, and the other ones, they went to Gulf Coast Humane Society. And so the bottom line is, if we pay attention to this and do it, you won't have to hear from me anymore, because we'll fix this problem.
Do you promise?
Huh?
You promise we will?
I promise you. I promise you. Absolutely. Yeah, don't believe.
I don't believe you.
There'll be another issue. I just turned somebody in the other day that I have the records in my bag back there. The first time I turned them in was 06, and I just turned them in again the other day. And from 06 to now, I think it was 2009, 2012, 2015, 16, 19, 23, and now. And I bet you they've never paid a penalty. I'll just guarantee it. And they've been having, when I first went there, they were having parvo puppies. That's how Kelly Highland was with me at that time. This was in 06, I think, or 3 or something like that. And they're still doing it, but they won't anymore after the other day, I don't think. So as far as these, I have no problem putting this off if I want it strong. And I want to basically say that the hobby breeder thing is the biggest thing that will help this problem. Okay, there's going to be other issues and cruelty and neglect. We need a good neglect charge. That's what we don't have. In here in the report that we have from our meetings, it says finding of animal neglect. Finding of animal neglect. It keeps putting that through here, but we don't have a charge of that. And at one time, I recommended, there's not really a charge of neglect that I know of, even in state statutes.
Didn't you bring an ordinance forward specifically severely penalizing folks for neglect, Commissioner Saunders?
I don't think there's one in play, because I've never seen it charged.
That may be confused with, I started this hobby breeder ordinance discussion in October of last year.
Right.
That's why I'm a little frustrated, because this has been going on for, about 8 or 9 months. And to find out today that this isn't ready is a little bit concerning. But I don't recall what your suggestion is.
And one of my recommendations when we were talking about that was we have a standards of care. And we give them all these citations of standard of care, and half the time nobody pays them, and blah, 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 because it's not really each one individually is not charged. But I think my recommendation one time was, if we take one standard of care and they get violation on that, that's a standard of care violation. But if they get 2 or 3, they get a neglect charge, because now no food, no water, chained. Okay, that's actually state statute, and I have the book out in my bag. That is cruelty. No water, no food, and shelter by state statute. That's cruelty, and people aren't being charged with it. But as a county, I don't know why we can't put a neglect charge where if you have one, it's a standard of care, okay, the food, you forgot to put it out, what, you know what I'm trying to say. But if you have 3 of them, that's neglect. And that would be a very strong process. But of course, now we have to figure out a way to actually collect the fines. But as far as the hobby breeder thing, this, you know, I was asked to come and do this and get public input. And I just want to, I want everybody to understand that the last, and this is another thing, the last 2 advisory boards, and we were talking about advisory boards a few minutes ago, have not brought anything to this board. But back in this was probably 2002, I'm not sure exactly, but this actually is the hobby breeder permit, or the hobby breeder in what it reads as being a hobby breeder, what you're supposed to be doing, like, you know, health certificates, chips, records, and keeping them until 8 weeks. This was done by the advisory board, but Jim Rich never took it to the commission. And they literally wrote it, and actually, Bert, I think you might have one of these. And this spells out, and so what they did was the DAS, this is on an official DAS packet, and it's all in here, just what I've been saying that we need, but they never made it law. They put it in there, and then when I went over and said, you guys can't pass these out, this isn't the law, and they took it immediately down and didn't do it. They were actually passing this out, telling people that this was in the ordinances, and it's on their station. I didn't make it up, and so this was all public input from the advisory board that never made it to your desk, and so it's already there. This was the public comments at the advisory boards, and so my next statement on this, and because since we're going to go back and deal with this enforcement, this is the biggest thing for me, and then of course we have to figure out once we catch these people, what do we give them as far as citations, and how do we go back and, because throughout this it says, and if they don't adhere to these, we're going to pull their permit. The people I'm dealing with, they don't want a permit. They would be happy to give you back the permit and just keep going doing what they do. But let's, you know, the advisory board concept came up today, and you know I put my name in to be back on that advisory board. And I would love to do that if the advisory board gets a strong recommendation order, because it's actually in the ordinance now, but it's just people wanted to, the way they got around this, they said, well, it's not in our purview. It's not a program or service. Well, if you look at your accounting department, which I have a copy of the accounting document, and right underneath it says domestic animal service, animal services, and programs, and under services it says enforcement is the #1. Now we've moved it to code, but my point is that that advisory board was responsible for that, and they didn't do their job. I think you ought to bring this advisory board back. Don't get rid of it, but put people on, myself, that really want to take this serious and make recommendations to the commission. Come to you once a month and give you our recommendations and tell you what our problems are how good it's going. And because if not, and this, please don't, it's not a threat, but the truth of it is, if you don't have an advisory board to deal with these things and truly deal with them and bring you just once a month or once every 2 months recommendations, this place is going to be filled with citizens that have no place else to go to vent their frustrations. And I have no problem being on that board and dealing with the public and getting these things worked over and talked at. But if that board is completely inept now, there's hardly anybody on it, and I don't know whether the intention is to get rid of it or build it up. But I would recommend strongly to let's have a good advisory board and get people on it that are willing to tackle these problems and work with Jamie and them to get them fixed, so you don't have to listen to this all the time. Because as much as I like talking to you guys, I'm kind of tired. So
I appreciate you mentioning the advisory board, because I think we do need to redo the ordinance reconstitute the board and give it some teeth and give it some responsibility, clarify that. So, again, I was actually going to suggest is that between now and our meeting in August, that you work with staff and help make some changes to the advisory board so that it becomes an effective board. I've attended a couple of the meetings. It's been a while now, but I attended several meetings, and there really wasn't much substance to it. And so I had talked to a lot of the animal activists about changing that board. So that'll be part of a motion today, would be to direct staff to change that board.
Yep.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have selective memory issues. I'll be the first to admit, but it was the animal abuse registry that you brought forward, and that lists folks that are charged with neglect and abuse to be on this registry, and they're now, short of legal penalties, they're now no longer able to own a pet. So that was out there. Now, and I also know
Has that been effective? Do we know?
I believe it has.
Well, on that note, the legislature this year passed 2 laws, one of which I recall is called the Dexter Law, that has some statutory language with regard. They're having, to be honest with you, what I understood is they're having trouble coming up with a definition of neglect, because dogs and cats are not humans, and how do you define neglect? And that was some of the, but what I'll do is I'll get copies of those statutes, make sure that it gets to our staff so that those are all intertwined. Who put a beep on me?
I think they're beeping me and you're taking up all my time.
But I'll get that information to our staff so that the ordinances that we are reviewing when we come back in August are more complete.
Well, the interesting part about those, I went to that convention up in Orlando, and they were bragging about getting the dog that was chained up in the hurricane. And they passed, it was what was that dog? It was a different dog. But anyway, and I'm going like, that's already, that is already cruelty. They're passing a law that is already there. I mean, I didn't understand it. But what I really wanted to understand is, when you do the wording, don't exactly the exact wording, but it's like imminent bad weather, like a hurricane or whatever, right? So, to clarify that, does that mean that when Matt Devitt says we are in immediate tornado warnings in Collier County, and your dog's chained outside, is that going to apply to that? They don't clarify that stuff. They just make these standards. It's like, and I go to this cruelty abuse thing. Go out to the sheriff's department, or go to domestic animal service, and walk up to the desk. I've done it before, back when we first passed the one here, and said, "Could you pull up that cruelty list and show it to me?" They didn't have any clue what I was talking about. It was a long time ago. Now, maybe they're doing that now. But the problem is, those things are great for PR, but does anybody really check them?
Yeah, the sheriff's office maintains the animal abuse registry.
Right, but it still takes, if I'm adopting an animal out, I got to go to it and look, which my point is, who's really looking? Is DAS, or do the people at the front desk, do they go and look? Does Gulf Coast Humane Society check our records? It's only as good as what people are going to do. And it's kind of like what I used to say with officers. Pull all the officers in the room one at a time and ask them what this ordinance means. And you'll get, well, I don't know how many officers we have now, but you're going to get a different answer from every single one. So I guess my time's up.
Yes.
They're starting to come up.
Commissioners, did you want an answer to the background check for adoptions? Meredith McLean, Division Director, for the record. We do a background check on everybody who adopts, and if there are certain crimes that were committed, they are denied adoptions. And that would include animal abuse.
Risk now? Good.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that before. Hey, listen, thank you both for doing this, and everybody, thank you all. So I think this will make a lot of difference.
Thank you.
Need me for anything else?
Nope.
Carry on.
You want our next speaker now? Yeah, I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Eva Front, and she'll be followed by Victoria Redstall. Eva's been seated some additional time from,
We have a quick question.
Meredith, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were leaving or if you were going to sit down. I wanted to just
I'll get him.
make a couple comments while you were here. First of all, thanks for what you're doing and for your leadership at DAS. It goes without saying that if we're going to come back here in August and talk about some really significant things, the ordinance and everything, that you would be here. But between now and then as well, and I'm probably being redundant here because I know you're listening to all the conversations, you really need to help us with the board because I've attended some of the board meetings as well. All well-meaning people, no homework assignments ever come out of it. And I can't tell you how many times I said to previous board members, you don't need our permission to come here and brief us. Work through your chain of command. But in the end, if you want to talk to the commissioners, you don't need an invitation. You're really the cog that can not only make that board effective, but then I had said this to previous DAS director, I would like to see the DAS director at these meetings regularly, once a quarter, whatever, to give us an update of what's going on with the board. What are you doing down at DAS? How's this ordinance working? Are there any holes that you've discovered? Things that have come to your attention. But the board is certainly something that we need your guidance, your leadership, your feedback. And between now and when we meet again in August, please let us know how it's going, how we can help. But you're down there every day pounding the pavement. So I'd rather have less board members who are really doing something than a whole bunch of people adding it to their resume and they just sort of chew the fat a little bit and then they all leave. And what I understand, they were doing board meetings once a month, and it seemed like there was so much on the to-do list for DAS, and then we heard, they reduced the meetings, now they're once a quarter. I mean, I could have made the argument that they should meet once a week at that time with all the things that we're having. So appreciate anything you can do to really continue to jump in there and take charge and then give us an assessment, in August when we reconvene to talk about all these things. We have a new ordinance and also your assessment of the board, your ideas. And between now and then, you can meet with any of us as well if you think there's that need there. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I am happy to come and present those numbers. It's actually something that Jamie and the county manager and I were talking about this week. So you do have a full understanding about what's going on at DAS and how it's growing and how we're combating the things that everybody's bringing up in terms of our population and then that increase in animals coming into the shelter. So I would be happy to do that.
All right. Eva?
Mr. Chair, would I have permission from you to ask a legal question that could put some of these issues in perspective?
Anything that puts the county attorney on the spot is authorized.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So we do have a Florida statute that clearly specified what is animal abuse, what is animal neglect. Each case is very well described and also describes that in those cases we can take, or Sheriff's Department obviously can take the animal away. How would that relate to the ordinances that are we currently working? Are we kind of doubling the work that it's been done already? Can we not go by Florida statute, or do we need our county ordinance to kind of repeat the same whatever is already said in Florida statute, which to my understanding it's very, very clear and concise.
Mr. Glatskow?
We follow Florida statutes.
So, meaning in many of those
If you put
cases,
that language in the ordinance to be redundant, and the real issue is when they amend the statute, we don't necessarily have to, we're going to have to amend the ordinance to conform.
Let's go ahead with your comments.
Okay, yeah. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Commissioners, my name is Eva Front. The recent animal cruelty arrest highlights the urgent need for more fully staffed animal enforcement officers to ensure timely inspections and revise ordinances that make such appalling crimes impossible in our community. Thank you to Commissioner Locastro for following up along the way on this particular case. Next slide, please. Collier County taxpayers are projected to spend nearly $10 million on animal welfare this year. It's time to work together and address the root causes to ensure our investments lead to effective solutions. Next slide, please. DAS stray animal numbers are climbing fast. Last year, there were 427 animals taken in. Same period this year, April 2025, 518 animals taken in. That's 20% over increase for the same period within just 1 year. Next slide, please. Sadly, the House of Horrors was not new to the law enforcement when it comes to animal welfare. Oh, that's okay. A notice to appear was issued based on violation of Florida statute, which requires that each dog or cat must be accompanied by a current official certificate of veterinary inspection while being offered for sale within the state of Florida. Can we make the job of our law enforcement easier and not allow breeding licenses to anyone with previous convictions of this sort? Next slide, please. Similar complaint with our county was filed for supplying sick cats in December 2024 for the same resident. Sadly, I believe that that complaint was not followed by our code enforcement, or whoever was responsible was just closed. Next slide, please. It is clear that current fines are too low to be deterrent. For instance, in the Marco Island animal cruelty case involving dozens of neglected animals, the fine was just reportedly over $100 and paid promptly. This allows backyard breeders to easily absorb penalties as a minor cost of doing business. Next slide, please. The profit from the sale of just one animal can be 35 times larger than the entire fine. Maybe we should be charging the fine per each neglected animal in the household and not per visit. In this case, the fine would amount to over $6,000. Next slide, please. A full county shelter means the heavy financial responsibility for animal welfare falls directly into small donation-funded rescues, stretching their resources thin. Next slide, please. Message from Guardians of Florida Animal Rescues. Rescue license fees should be high enough to discourage amateur breeders and high enough that someone thinks long and hard before doing this, and high enough to ensure they have the resources to provide the proper humane living conditions for animals. Regular unannounced inspections, are absolutely crucial to make sure the animals are not neglected. Next slide, please. Backyard breeding isn't just an animal welfare issue, it's a massive financial drain on our community, offering zero return benefits in return. Next slide, please. It takes immense courage for residents to report concerns about their neighbors, especially when fearing retaliation. Our law enforcement must honor that courage by conducting timely investigations into community claims. We must provide the necessary legal tools to ensure complaints are not closed as unfounded without proper investigations or follow-up. Failing to do so erodes public trust and leaves critical issues unaddressed. Next slide, please. We need a system that ensures claims are never closed without proper investigations. Irresponsible pet owners should be fined based on affidavits or video evidence, holding them accountable and deterring neglect and disregard for our county's regulations. So I guess I just don't understand why sometimes we have a claim and then we just leave a door hanger on the door and never follow up and close those cases. Next slide, please. Fines don't cover cost, drain on resources. When significant community resources are deployed for cases involving animals running loose, neglected medical needs, or incidents spanning over multiple months and visits, the current fines are alarmingly insufficient. In this case, we have multiple visits, and only $15 fine was issued that apparently was not paid. So it's outstanding and the case is closed. Fails to recover intervention costs, placing a heavy uncompensated burden on our community. We must increase those fines to recoup our cost. We must be unapologetic in punishing animal crimes. Law-abiding members of our community like you and I should not be carrying the cost for those who break our laws. And thank you for your help and involvement.
Your next and final speaker on this item is Victoria Redstall.
Just for the board's information, I made a deal with Victoria that if she would speak a little more slowly, she could have a couple extra minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Is any objection?
I object, but that's okay.
Charming. I will speak slowly.
Okay, just 2 extra minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I think there's a bigger picture here, and the root of the problem is I have gone out to places where they're doing this backyard breeding. I've even spoken to some of the people who are doing it, and they don't speak the language. And from my research, and only my opinion and my research, a lot of these people who are doing the backyard breeding and the hobby breeders are illegal aliens. Now, we are lucky enough in our Collier County to have the most wonderful sheriff's department, and they have a program called the 287G program. And with the help of Commissioner Collier, who was a sheriff, I was wondering if we could talk to the sheriff's department about this, bringing this program into places like Immokalee, where there are so many backyard breeders, hobby breeders, that are illegal aliens. So it's not about the fines and with the chips and the that and how much to fine, which I think Commissioner Hall was perfectly correct in saying the fine should be 10 times more than they are. But let's go after the root of the problem. If they're illegal aliens, can the Sheriff's Department have a task force to go out and get these illegal aliens with the 287G program, throw them out of our country? We have alligator Alcatraz right here on our doorstep. That fell into our laps. Let's use this program, get them out. There's no questions. They broke into the country once. We forgave them. They can work for people in the fields. They're good people. Sorry, I got excited. I'm sorry. They broke into the country for good reason. There are a lot of illegal aliens, but they work hard, they pay their taxes, they're good people, and they live in Immokalee, and they're wonderful people, and I know them too. We're not talking about those illegal aliens. ICE doesn't want to take them. 287G program, I don't believe, want to take them. It's when you commit another crime as serious as taking, breeding from our precious four-legged friends and breeding them so they run the streets, so they're used for bait in dogs fights, so they are sold for them to earn money and, again, not pay taxes or speak the language. I believe if we use our 287G program, it would benefit everyone. It will reduce the amount of dogs and cats in the DAS. I didn't realize DAS people were here. I hope to speak to them because they are wonderful people at the DAS and Humane Society. It would reduce, because from what I know with statistics, it's over 25% of the hobby breeders that those dogs and cats go to the DAS, which are overloaded because they're such good people. They don't want to kill these animals, and they don't. So what I'm thinking is, if we go the bigger picture, which is really the root of the problem, get a task force to go in, get these illegal aliens out, turn them over to ICE, put them in alligator Alcatraz, and then take our precious dogs that have been bred, and then I will help and find homes for those dogs, which I'm actually doing now anyway. I'm doing that with the Lee County DAS, who is nothing like the wonderful Collier County DAS. I'm helping save those dogs. Miss Patterson may know that. I'm helping to save those dogs, and I've placed them in 6 homes in 3 months. So I am doing that. So let me help and volunteer. I don't need to get paid for it. I want to help our precious four-legged friends, including cats, and let's use our 287G program. Oh my gosh, I got 1 minute and 47 seconds. I can talk. This is great. I'll go even slower.
You're always invited to speak less.
I will. Sorry.
So
I would love to even help the Sheriff's Department. I'd love to meet with our friend Sheriff Kevin Rambos, and sit down with him, or Colonel Bloom, and with Commissioner Collier, or not, without me. But if you could speak with our Sheriff's Department and see if we can use the 287G program in Immokalee, in the streets of Immokalee, and not just with hobby breeders, with those who breed them for dog fighting, with those who neglect them. Neglect means abuse. Abuse is also neglect. Anybody who has them tied up outside a house, if they're an illegal alien, get their asses out of here. And asses is spelt with an R, so I didn't swear. A-R-S-E-S, arses. So I've got some time here, 58 seconds left. Please, let's use our 287G program.
Thank you.
And that's all I have to say.
All right.
Thank you, thank you, everybody, Commissioner.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Colwell, that's a tough act to follow.
I know. My name was brought up there a couple times, but if I could just comment, just shed some light on the 287G program. Typically, that program kicks in after somebody's already committed a crime here in the States. It's not, the investigative part of that is not implemented at this point to go out and seek. But if we have a strong ordinance and these things get to those points, and then Mr. Kaplan, just for the information of the board, there is a cruelty and statute in the state of Florida, it's 828.12, which, no, I know, but if you read the verbiage in the first paragraph is the misdemeanor of the first degree, which is up to 1 year, $5,000 fine. It does and or undernourished, undersheltered, things like that. So there is language in the statute that meets neglect. It's just titled cruelty. So I think it's something that could be implemented with the right people and the right sheriffs with the articulate the statute itself. But if that gets to that point, and we have a strong ordinance that we can enforce, then it would get people caught up in the system. And then, as the fine lady here said, you know, maybe it would take that next step where they could, you know, bring in, change hats and look at that. But at just going out and picking people up off the streets, the 287G program will not suffice at this point. So just to clarify on that. So.
Commissioner LaCastro.
I wanted to call Mr. French forward. A lot of things have been said here. He's been on the front lines of this, especially in the last few months, and I expected he probably had some comments on some things he heard, and to put all of this into a tighter package. If you could make some comments or of some of the things that you heard, if you have comment, or to have you give some of your final thoughts.
So thank you, Commissioner, again, for the record, Jamie French. Staff is not in disagreement with the fines. I've stated this to the DS Advisory Board as much as to this body. If I can hit you in the wallet, you'll pay attention to me. Unfortunately, the better we can make that ordinance and to create a fine that is going to be able to really count your heart. If I can touch your heart, I'll get your attention. I like that better, sir. And I would tell you, though, I can't comment by respectfully a frequent passerby that might have a comment on a case. We have to protect our evidence. And so if it appears that a code may have been, or case may have been closed, we may have done that on purpose. We may have, because what you didn't see is that we had something else going that landed a warrant, which led to a criminal investigation, which led to just a whole slew of other charges that no one would have ever expected. And so we do have to work a little stealth at times on these investigations, because we're not trying to make the paper, we're just trying to do the right thing. And what occurred on Marco Island, there was a lot of workings behind the scene on that one. We worked that case for a very, very long time, and it was on multiple locations. It just wasn't in they're both in your district, by the way, but it involved multiple properties. And then we had to go with the county attorney's office help, and Ron Tomasco and Jeff's office is phenomenal. We had to go beg a judge, and so we agreed that some of that language, like not giving a 48-hour notice, all we have to do is insert the word may. We may give you a 48-hour notice. But then again, we have to use good discretion to where if we show up at 5 o'clock and you're feeding your family or bathing your child, we have to use discretion to say, okay, I'll come back. I'll be back here. What's a good time for you? I'll be back at 9 o'clock. So we need to have good staff, well-educated staff, a good ordinance. We've already got a very compassionate and motivated community. We couldn't ask for more. But some of the work that we're doing, we just need your continued support, and please hold us accountable.
All right, we're going to continue this item to the first meeting in August, I believe. And there are 3 ordinances that are going to be addressed, and I would ask staff to really have everything ready to go at that point. You've heard from Tom Kep and some of the other animal activists, some of the recommendations they've put in writing in terms of amendments to these ordinances. So I would really implore you to have everything ready to go at that point. In addition, at some point, it doesn't have to be that first meeting in August, but I do want to see us redraft the rules dealing with the DAS Advisory Board, because it's not a very effective board right now. And if that's something that can be brought back to us in that first meeting in August, fine, but if you need more time, that's certainly understandable. And then one other issue is, it seems to me that we charge adoption fees, and the adoption fees certainly don't cover the cost that we incur. It probably costs more to collect an adoption fee than the fee itself. And I'm suggesting that we waive adoption fees. Not waive adoption fees for 30 days, but just waive adoption fees, period. Now, we can always go back and re-implement them, but from my understanding, that may help actually facilitate more adoptions, which is a lot better than collecting a small adoption fee. So I'd like to make a motion for us to consider waiving adoption fees. I don't know if the board would go along with that now, or if you need more discussion.
Giving consideration to it, I would like to see what the fees are in relationship to the revenue for DAS at large first.
Well, let's bring that back to the
We
first
can
meeting in
certainly,
August.
you
as
know,
well.
if we start tightening up on the actual fines and assist code with the penalization for the bad actors, that may be an offset there that we could easily remedy and help good people get homes for our pets.
Right, so that would be in addition to the continuance of this ordinance to bring back the other ordinances with it. Those ordinances need to be advertised, so I don't know if you're prepared to advertise the other two ordinances.
It's really just one ordinance, domestic animals ordinance. There are many different parts to it.
Okay. So you'd be
Crystal's
prepared-
made it very easy for us to advertise.
So you can advertise all that we need to have advertised so we can make final decisions.
Oh, you'll have it advertised. Well, you want to, this is probably going to take two bites of the apple, these changes. You want to request to advertise all these changes, or just you want to be able to adopt them?
I'm not sure I understand. So are you saying that we have to have another meeting to decide whether we're going to advertise?
There are going to be substantial changes, I understand, initiated by staff to the ordinance. The board hasn't seen that yet. I can set this up two ways. I can advertise it, and you can make your decision, or I can do a request to advertise it. Board's prerogative.
I would prefer advertising what you have, and then we can make changes as we go along if we need to.
Well, as soon as staff gets me, we'll advertise it.
That's just me being a little frustrated because it's been so long since we've been talking about this.
Well, it was my understanding that we needed to make changes to two other ordinances.
Right, and that's what we're talking about.
If we can advertise the two other ordinances and then knock them all out at the same time.
Right, that's what I was asking.
We're not advertising, all we're doing is advertising that we're going to change the ordinances. We're not advertising the proposed changes. So it would, and I understand your frustration. The glacial speed of government drives me up the wall. But the reality is, don't you think it's prudent that we get the adjustments done,
You're right,
and advertise the changes, and then tweak whatever comes from the community once we get it?
All right, so, Mr. Klatskow, then, the motion would be to continue this hobby breeders ordinance for final decision-making on our first meeting in August, and to advertise that we're going to discuss the other two ordinances at that first meeting, at which point in time we may direct you to advertise an ordinance to come back at our second meeting in August or first meeting in September. Does that sound right? And add to that the changes to the DAS Advisory Board ordinance that we would discuss advertising that as well. Is that clear?
Right. Clear as mud.
All right. Then I'll make that as a motion to.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then you'll bring back the issue of the waiving of adoption fees.
I was going to get clarification on that. You want some analysis on the fee structure, which will be, some of that will be part of what we're bringing back against what we are charging for adoptions, or the revenue generated by adoptions.
With those recommendations coming from the magistrate with regard to the fee structure.
Yes, sir.
And then the fee structure as far as adoptions goes, I need to see that in relationship to the aggregate revenue for DAS.
Yes, sir. And also just a reminder that we can run special programs. So if you all wanted to do a summer waiver of adoption fees, we can do those short term. We did that last year. A lot of people are, have kids for the summer and are interested in getting pets, and So if you'd like to do something like that short-term to
Well, if
help.
we're going to do that, we need to do that now.
Yes, sir.
So is there any objection to the short-term waiver of adoption fees?
We can do it till, yeah, I'm fine.
We have a lot of cats.
All right,
So like
so-
generate a little interest in getting some of our kitties adopted.
So let's waive adoption fees until our first meeting in September.
Very good.
All in
good.
favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Passes unanimously.
And we'll be back with that analysis.
All right.
Thank you. I'm confused, and I actually don't even know where we are in the agenda anymore. I believe that is going to bring us back to our item 5A, which is going to be a brief presentation on the 2025 hurricane season readiness with Mr. Summers and company.
Commissioners, good afternoon. For the record, Dan Summers, Director of Emergency Management. And I heard loud and clear the word brief, but I do have a lot of information to pass along to you. Trinity Scott and Carrie and Marshall are also going to tag team with me here just a little bit. Our emergency management team you know well, and I think I share that team discussion with you to know and reinforce that when we go into hurricane mode, we're one team, we're one voice, and we thank you for the support that you have given us in the Emergency Operations Center to work with all of our partner agencies. And you've heard me say many times, and I think it's important to reinforce that what we do here is certainly a team engagement. Before we get into the forecast for this year, you all have stated, and I think it warrants a quick repeat, and that is a couple of things before the forecast, the real safety rules that we need to remind folks about. Remember, even a low category storm can provide significant storm surge that can be deadly. Your evacuation zone, which we have all posted on our website, and we have the graphics here as well. Your family evacuation plan, the director of the Hurricane Center said, why don't you practice that plan and cut your time in half? And see how that plan works out for you, because time is certainly the enemy in an evacuation planning effort. We like the concept of use a half tank of gas to evacuate and a half tank of gas to get back home. That's a good planning tool for you to use for destination. We don't need you to evacuate just far enough from storm surge, and as we say, we want you to hide from the wind and run from the water. Alert Collier, our official results, alerts, continues, that program continues to work exceptionally well. We have tweaked that a little bit for this hurricane season to help eliminate some of the redundant tornado warnings that come out from both the National Weather Service and are echoed by our system. So we don't have that over-warning burnout just a little bit. So we have made some software tweaks there. If you rely on oxygen, electricity, or transportation dependent, please make sure that you register with our office. Remember, your insurance is your first line of defense, your homeowner's policy, your renter's insurance, business interruption. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the insurance market might begin to stabilize a little bit, but insurance is certainly very important. Know your levels of coverage. Stock your emergency kit 5 to 7 days. We ask you to be prepared for. We have continued to add a few hours to that in light of some of the more aggressive storms that we have had in the last couple of years. Sandbags and floodproofing have become quite the discussion, especially doing some residential floodproofing. Remember, these type of things may in your jurisdiction require a permit. The other component with this floodproofing is not something that if you floodproof your home that we're recommending that you stay in your home. If you have to floodproof for storm surge, you don't need to be building a fort around your house where you can't get out or where rescue may be difficult. So floodproofing is not something that you want to do and think that you are going to stay in your home. If you have to floodproof, you need to evacuate. Generator safety, we can't say enough about that. Fortunately, we're seeing changes in new generator now new generators now having CO sensors on them to help reduce the chances of carbon monoxide poisoning. Stay informed through the County Emergency Management, County Emergency Operations Center, our website, our alert Collier, our 311. John Mullins' team partners with us on all of our communications activities, and we are putting out those updates and news releases as fast as that information becomes available. And our social media pages, we're monitoring that, putting updates out there, and we think we're your most accurate source of local information. On your property, again, don't hesitate to document your current conditions. If you do get, if you have a significant impact by the storm, you want to document. And as folks have heard me say in our Emergency Operations Center, you want to document till it hurts. The seasonal forecast is here. We all know that it only takes one storm to change your day or to change your life. I don't know anybody in this room that has this particular name or has a name of the storm, so we can't point fingers at anybody this season, but we'll keep an eye on that. Where we have come from last year, I want to thank you again. We've enclosed the East Bay at the Emergency Services Center that now gives us a real logistics support center to improve the quality of our supplies and material. During Hurricane Ian, we transloaded 63 tractor-trailer loads of commodities at that location. Now we can do it in dry conditions, so we appreciate that. We've improved the workstation capability at the EOC. We've expanded our GIS capability, and we were just recertified as a storm-ready community. That is helpful as well for some of our community rating system activities. So it means that we're following all the best practices that NOAA has provided to us. Additional capabilities, we now have the capability in partnership with the Department of Health to refill oxygen bottles at the special needs shelter to take some of that burden off of rental equipment and potential oxygen shortages. We've added towable diesel and unleaded fuel tenders to our capability. In a partnership with Collier Area Transit, we have built out a second mass casualty ambulance bus. A legislative initiative that we kind of won the lottery on was 3 new weather monitoring observation stations and new gap radar capability on Gulf Shore Boulevard at the highest point in Collier County. So now where we had some radar deficiencies from Homestead, we now have improved that radar capability here. We continue to have a great partnership with Collier Schools. We've done a very thorough testing of the on-site generator at Palmetto Ridge, and we've also activated a separate communications network for shelter-to-shelter and shelter-to EOC communications. We have our Ashbrit standby contract in place, not only for support services, but for debris. We're working on a few additional expanded contracted services. We have 2 vendors now about to come to you under contract so that we can move, have some additional contract resources to move supplies and equipment from the Emergency Services Center to shelters and back. Demobilization is also quite a challenge for us. And we're monitoring very closely the contracts that Florida Division of Emergency Management has in place, and we feel comfortable that we'll get a good level of support again this year from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. We continue to stress the importance of partnership with our nonprofits. We've continued to enjoy a great working relationship with the Collier Community Foundation, the recovery support that they have provided, and also helped kick off our Collier Strong, which is the volunteer agencies coming together as one business unit so we can leverage the support of our nonprofits and the volunteer agencies who can help many, many people in recovery. Our public outreach is as strong as we can possibly do with the personnel that we have. We've done special mailings to all of our special needs clients. We have outreach platforms, and we have taken advantage of an opportunity to speak to a host of groups, as well as we host a lot of groups at the Emergency Operations Center. Our preparedness this year will really kind of focus on, as we do, we take any other disaster event and what other communities have experienced and look at best practices. We are refining a lot of our business process in the EOC to streamline our briefing times, which can sometimes get a little bit chaotic. We're going to try to centralize that to one briefing a day. We're expanding discussion of our emergency support functions into 8 lifelines so that we can give you a better dashboard of the status and the recovery process. And right now, we're doing a lot of roundtable discussions with community partners. We have found a lot of success in small group emergency planning sessions where we analyze capabilities and limitations as opposed to just sitting down and watching one big forecast and an exercise. We think this will strengthen our lifeline response. We think it will improve our agency coordination across the board and enhance our readiness engagement and during response and recovery. Our lifelines are really important. I think we introduced this to you all last hurricane season. We continue to refine this so that we can keep our community posted on these lifelines: safety, communications, transportation, water infrastructure, energy, et cetera. And so, again, we had 18 emergency support functions, and we're going to boil that information down into these 8 lifelines. This is real important. FEMA. As you know, whether you're calling it FEMA 2.0 or FEMA Federal Review or the potential dissolution of FEMA, here's what we know so far. And again, a lot of this is subject to change. We know that FEMA can always find ways to improve. I'm in my 43rd year of working with FEMA on various projects and engagements, so I know the rule book pretty well. And we know that all disasters are federally funded, state supported, and locally executed. And I can't stress that enough, and you all have supported us quite well in that local execution. We know that there'll be some listening sessions going on with FEMA, and fortunately, Kevin Guthrie, the Florida Division of Emergency Management Director, is on the FEMA review panel. So I think we have a strong voice there, and I know as these FEMA reviews come forward, I would like to certainly participate and would encourage some key county staff to participate in those listening sessions because there are potentially millions of dollars on the line here associated with future disaster reimbursements. We know that we expect to see a larger state-led support in disaster recovery as opposed to a federally led recovery. This is going to be very difficult for a lot of rural counties. I think we have enough bandwidth right now to do what we can do at the local level with state support. The next one is a biggie, and that is that we expect the feds to hold the 75%, 25% cost share. In previous major disasters, we've had increase in federal share of reimbursement, but the tea leaves, as we understand it right now, is that the cost share will not exceed 75% at the federal level.
In the past, it's been 90%.
It has varied from time to time based on impact per capita, and the president has that authority, but we have been told that right now to not expect anything greater than a 75% cost share.
To put that in perspective, I think with Hurricane Irma, our debris removal was somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million.
That's correct.
And so that 15%.
Right. Now what hope is not a strategy, right? But we do think that we'll continue to see the state of Florida work closely with the counties in that 25% state or local. Now, how that's going to shake out this hurricane season or next year, I can't predict that. We know that the state of Florida has traditionally been extremely helpful in part of that 25% balance, but how that's going to shake out this year, I would be remiss to even take a guess. We also know that there are plans for no extensions in the disaster declaration period. That means that there's not an opportunity to take a disaster declaration and carry out emergency measures for a full year. FEMA will likely put a sunset on that disaster declaration with maybe only 90 days to execute or commit the bulk of the work and or the bulk of the reimbursement in a shorter period of time. Category G, beaches and recreation. We have been told, although I've not seen this in writing yet, we have been told that FEMA will no longer support Category G reimbursement to beaches and recreational facilities. FEMA staff the Disaster Survivor Assistance DSA program, if you remember, the FEMA folks that went out into the community, went door to door, checked on health, safety, and welfare and FEMA registration. We had a very successful engagement with the FEMA DSA folks that have been here in the past. That program has been completely scrubbed. So there will be no outreach from FEMA in especially in the rural areas. And whether the state picks that up by contract resources or not, we're not really sure. But again, outreach to the disaster survivor right now looks like it's going to take a much bigger posture as being a remote or a virtual engagement. Local responsibility for recovery centers. If you recall, we opened up disaster recovery centers in conjunction with FEMA and the state. FEMA will no longer support a disaster recovery center. The terminology that they're recommending is that the county and the state partner and put together a MARC, which is a multi-agency resource center, which means that we're going to have to pull county, municipal, and nonprofit resources together in some capacity to aid disaster survivors. We will be counting on those nonprofit agencies also to assist with FEMA registration.
We already do that?
We do that, but we do that with federal support. Now the federal support to run the DSA is gone. So instead of us turning a location over to FEMA bringing everyone together, managing the data, the IT, the coordination of the security of that site, now it's going to fall back on us. The state may help us, but we expect if they do, it's not going to be open for a month or 2 months. It will be open for a week or 2 weeks. We also expect, like I said, the virtual platform will be most important for folks, and accelerated timelines for reimbursement. FEMA is going to look for the bills for reimbursement, get in, get out, get in, pay, and close out disasters much faster. The thresholds associated with the disaster declaration within the state threshold means that with, let's say, a storm hits multiple counties, in order to kick in that threshold for a presidentially declared disaster, we're talking about $35 million worth of damage. We expect FEMA to raise those thresholds after October. So right now it's going to hold, but after October, the threshold for disaster declaration will change. Florida's recovery obligation calculation, which is essentially a pre-audit process that we have worked with the Florida Division of Emergency Management with, a very comprehensive program. Ian Barnwell and his team have worked really hard, Chris Johnson, to basically demonstrate to the state how strong we are in all of our reimbursement pre-audit process. It's been a pilot program. FEMA has adopted it, and Collier County is one of the top 10 counties in the state that has met this sort of pre-audit function in order to expedite the reimbursement of federal funds. This may allow us to start receiving a percentage of federal funds following a disaster within 90 days. Which is really remarkable and really was intended, well, it's intended statewide, but will certainly help a lot of the rural counties that are fiscally constrained that have had multiple disaster hits. And again, that's been a big team effort to meet those sort of a pre-audit review. We are a little bit concerned about neighborhoods that may have difficulty in registering with FEMA, since it looks like this is all going to have to be telephonic or by the internet. We're kicking around the idea that we want to acquire some internet, satellite internet kits to put in certain areas of the community. We all know that when we have internet failure, it really impacts day-to-day operations from banking and communications. So we're kicking that idea around to be able to deploy those kits to certain locations to make sure our residents can communicate. And finally, understand that we remain committed. We work hard in this environment every day with our team and with our partners, and we're looking at making good investments. We'll also know that some of the FEMA pass-through money that has come to my office to purchase supplies and equipment like generators and cots and those sort of things, we're expecting in October on the federal side to have a pretty substantial cut in those pass-through funds. And finally, if we can be of assistance to any community, we're always happy to come out and discuss and present and be of assistance. So I'll stop right there and see if you have any questions or concerns.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Summers, I just had two questions. When you were talking about several different areas where FEMA support might be thinning or disappearing, you said a couple times, but we don't know if the state's going to pick that up. Could that also be said for category G? Have you heard anything at all that the state would be reimbursing us, or that would be our new avenue to pursue reimbursement, or haven't heard anything? Because that's a big number for us.
It is a big number, and it's frightening. And I think and again, I can only share with you what has been water cooler conversation or speculation. It might be that there could be special appropriations made to the Corps of Engineers, maybe special appropriations made to DEP, but that's only speculation at this point. So is there an opportunity to farm out that reimbursement? That's possible. We don't like that because, again, you're having to take manpower. If you're working on several categories of reimbursement, why can't you work on it all and have a one-stop shop? If we have to go, and this kind of goes, this tells you how old I am, I guess, about civil preparedness. When you needed that reimbursement many years ago, you had to go to 4 or 5 different federal agencies and work through an entirely new process. So FEMA taking away recreation and beaches means that we've got to go and potentially start a new application process if there is a state or federal partner that is going to work the reimbursement. We don't know. Just be real candid with you. We don't know the rules of that game yet.
My second question is, after several of the storms that we had last year, one of the takeaways in the EOC was that in some of the workstations, we had sort of seat fillers, and then in some of the other workstations, we had decision makers. In your conversations with a lot of the key people, as you had in this presentation here, has that been a key point that you've stressed to folks that, hey, you've got a workstation here in the EOC, and it's not a matter of just putting a warm body here to answer the phone. When sitting right next to them with a very similar organization, they've got a person there that's pushing the buttons, knows who to talk to, and all of that. Has that been part of the training? And do you think we're going to see a better manning of the EOC? And EOC's manned awesomely, perfectly, except for a couple of those key things. Do you foresee some improvement based on your renewed training and conversations with several organizations?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the benefits that we're having with these smaller group discussions. We're managing those expectations. We have an ongoing training curriculum anyway for the software application. For incident management, FEMA provides us that curriculum, and we do an awful lot of that training. So we're in the incident management side, we're on the business process side, and then, of course, knowing who your partners are, knowing their capabilities and limitations is really a big part of what this exercise discussion is going to be like for the fall.
Well, we're lucky in the back here, unless I'm misidentifying, as Representative Benaroche back there, right? So we've got an awesome representative in Tallahassee. So as some of these things start shifting from federal at FEMA, maybe to state, I mean, I have no doubt that Representative Bennett Roach is going to be up there with her both ears open, keeping us, informed. And if something's going to shift over to the state, we certainly will hear about it, right away. And I know you two are probably connected at the hip, no question.
She's going to join us for a tour here in a couple of weeks.
Excellent,
Absolutely.
excellent.
So we're
So
gonna have
thank you,
some
ma'am,
quality-
for all you're doing up in Tallahassee to keep a watchful eye for us, because these are big numbers that we're getting from FEMA, and if that gets shut off, I hope there's some other opportunities to go after some state help, and it's not going to just all fall back on us. But I guess we'll wait and see.
We're watching this close.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Really close. Commissioners, thank you. And I think, go ahead.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, you're not going to get away that quick.
Yes, sir.
And similarly to what Commissioner LaCastro was talking about on the mark thing, let us know. I mean, because I've been to our EOC and I've watched it in action, and short of the FEMA people being over there, you're already tied in. Your organizations, our organizations are already communicating, talking all the way through. And so I think with minimal adjustments, you're going to be able to easily manage that mark withdrawal of FEMA. But on the same token, I want to hear that if you need more assets, if you need more workstations, if you need more things along those lines, as you're looking at that reduction of FEMA coming out of your world, let us know so that we can help make the provisions and keep that in line.
Absolutely. And again, we look at it in a kind of a phased approach. What can we do local? But we also have to remember a lot of our folks engaged locally could be impacted. We've got mutual aid resources. We're expecting the state to have expanded contracted capability, and it's something that we're taking a look at future contracting. So the good news here is that we have a great working relationship with the nonprofits, and we're very confident that they will do their very best to partner with us.
The other question I had for you, I had two, it was one light, two questions, Mr. Chair, and that was, do we have a shelter specific for folks that have developmental disadvantages, or just those that have specific medical needs?
So there are new statutes that have addressed that just this year in Florida, Statute 252. Working with the Florida Department of Health, we had a conference call as well with Dr. Riccadelli just a couple of weeks ago, and she is working with us primarily to use a couple of our high school locations in order to have some separate space set aside for that support. So the answer is yes, we're working on the logistics side of that. We also are bringing those clients into our special needs registry database so that we make sure that we're managing their care. As we said, it's the lifeboat, not the love boat. But developmental disability has been added, clarity has been added to the statute, and we're on it in terms of identifying space and finding some of the resources that may be necessary even outside of the special needs shelter to support those individuals. Right now, we're working with Dr. Riccadelli's team on identifying additional space.
And it's premature right now, but just for the record, thank you, Representative. There, Goodwill of Southwest Florida, we're building a great big facility up off of Ortez in Fort Myers, and a portion of that will be designated specifically for folks with developmental disadvantages. So even working with all, neighboring counties and communities, those assets are going to in fact be available.
And we also know too that in many cases, either with a caregiver or these folks are generally self-sufficient during the day in some cases. But our shelter registration process will help assist, I don't want to say screen, but help point those folks in the right direction.
Thank you.
I want to thank you also and your staff. I know we're in good hands with you guys.
Thank you.
No matter what comes our way. I will say there were a couple points that you made that I think are worth noting again. FEMA, you said there's no support for Category G or beach recreation restoration, which is another reason why the sixth penny, it makes sense. we're getting to a point where we're not going to be able to rely on state and federal funding for a lot of these things that have
Possible.
been along the way for us. And the other one was the 75% max reimbursement. I know that's been different percentages over the years, but 75% is probably the lowest it would have been when you put it all together over the years. And so our reserves are going to be very significant if we have another major issue like a Hurricane Irma, which is likely over a period of time.
But let me give you a little bit of a little reassurance there. The fact that FEMA has endorsed this Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation score, and again, I think about cash flow, and I think about the position that the senior team is in, where it has taken in some cases, close to a year to get these big reimbursements. Now, under this obligation and the scoring that we have, this process that we have, we can start beginning receiving cash back. So part of this is, I'm not saying it will make us whole, but what my goal is to try to make sure that we get cash back in the bank as quickly as possible.
I'm just pointing out that we can't rely on the federal funding as we have in the past. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I chat GPT'd.
Quit.
For the state budget that just passed.
That is the devil.
Whether it's right or wrong, what it said was there was $500 million in reserves for storm resilience.
Good.
Or for storm recovery, an additional $170 million for the Resilient Florida program through the DEP, and then another $10 million for resheltering, people that are without houses. So just for what it's worth, in light of the FEMA cutbacks, the state looks like they have.
They are paying attention.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Do we have any registered speakers?
We do.
Yes.
I'm over here.
All right. All right.
I'm fixing what
I
Dan broke.
broke. I got so excited. Again, thank you for the support.
Thank you.
and,
Do we need a
we'll
motion
keep
to
plugging
accept
away.
the report or just move on? All right, let's move on then.
Thank you.
We're going to have to take a court reporter break here. Are you ready for a little break? Will 13 minutes be enough? Okay, 4:45.
I hear brownies are coming.
We'll break it to 4:45.
Chair, you have a live mic.
All right.
All right, so we've told everybody that remains that they have 3 minutes to finish their items. But we are going to talk about mosquito control really quickly, which actually I was planning on talking to you about under 15B staff project updates, but we're going to do this so we can get our mosquito control partners out of here. We received correspondence last week about Collier County is experiencing a very heavy salt marsh mosquito season. While we can treat, this mosquito control can treat most of the county, communities such as Copeland, Plantation Island, and Everglades City fall outside of Collier Mosquito Control District's boundaries. They've received numerous requests for service from the residents of these areas, but because they're outside of the boundary, they're not able to treat there. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services indicated that they could provide emergency authorization to treat these areas under a mutual aid agreement. The Mosquito Control District would cover the cost of these treatments and not seek reimbursement. I believe that Commissioner McDaniel, whose district that is, and Commissioner LaCastro's have received correspondence similarly. So to move forward, FDACS requires the county to submit a request for aid for these areas to Collier Mosquito Control District. It can be done, we have a way to do that, and we have a mutual aid agreement that would be signed by the county and the Mosquito Control District after the request for aid is received.
So you need a motion to,
Allow me to submit the request for
Motion to
mutual aid.
Commissioner LaCastro made the motion, Commissioner McDaniel seconded it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And if we have any registered speakers, it's
No.
it's too late.
I don't need to say,
And I don't think
I can
mosquito,
elaborate, but
mosquito
we don't
control,
need
if you
to.
have anything to add?
No.
I just want to say one brief thing. So I've been, maybe we all have, but I've been talking to mosquito control just through email when big things have popped up. Thank you so much for being so responsive, so professional to the citizens in my district, and I'm sure the others. It's, like I would say, it's noticed and appreciated. John and Patrick, you guys chimed in instantaneously. Citizens really appreciated that with all the right wording. And so I'm thankful for you covering these areas that sort of fall outside of the map that need a little bit of special approval. And your correspondence with those citizens was spot on and very professional. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sirs.
Thank you very much. We'll get that right over to you.
All right, Ms. Patterson, you want to go to 11F?
Yes, sir, which is not you. Deloney is anxious to get to the podium.
Oh.
However, Mr. Dunick is going to the podium because why? Mr. Deloney says that Mr. Dunick is my favorite. I don't know.
Well, and I'll tie this back in together. The reason we're here today is because Mr. Deloney. Back in November, December, we presented in front of the Surtax subcommittee, and the vice chair here, along with the other recommendations, rejected the idea for the medical examiner to move forward using the Surtax subcommittee money, mainly because they didn't see a plan. They were afraid that longer term, if we didn't have a spend down plan for the additional interest that was created, that we were going to get all these one-off projects, and they had no review and no time to work through that. So following their recommendation, we took back to the subcommittee last month a recommendation for 5 projects, and we think it kind of covers all elements of what we're trying to achieve here at the county. The first one is a reimbursement of Station 21, which is set to close later this month. It's record time. I give kudos to the staff because we're actually purchasing this property in under 60 days. It's at appraised value, and we're going to be able to reimburse the general fund with the surtax subcommittee if the board approves this plan. Secondarily, with the Vanderbilt Beach extension, they had set aside money to have a line of credit, basically to bond 25 years worth of funding to finish that project as necessary. With this extra interest income, we will actually save the county $15 million in interest payments to have available as part of that project. The third is the jury room, which hand in hand, the courtroom expansion, there's 2 courtrooms being expanded currently over at the courthouse. But there wasn't a jury space, funding for the jury space. So working with the clerk's office, we found it necessary. We believe we should be finishing that project in tandem with the courtroom. So we're recommending $2 million. The Jail 3 project, roof project, is finalizing all the roof renovations that we needed to do that were necessary. We finished 1 and 2, and we recommend finishing 3. And finally, $15 million. One of the projects was to replace the chiller system here on the campus. The funding wasn't enough to do the entire project. So we moved forward with the chiller system, which is going to go live in the next month. but we don't have the money for the chiller line. So we're recommending, consistent with what the voters asked for, to finish building the underground and creating redundancy on this campus as well, because some of the chiller lines actually don't work in a circular pattern. So we're recommending approval of this plan moving forward. Obviously, plans can change, but we think this is a good path forward how we spend the additional money.
Mr. Dunick, I like everything that you've said, with the exception of the jury room. I'm not so sure that we should go forward with that. What's the rationale for that? I mean,
Here comes with a full.
I could give you rationale. Love to.
No, go ahead, sit back down.
He's totally,
All right, we need a motion to.
make a motion for approval. Jeez.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passed unanimously.
Thank you.
She actually got up out of her chair.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11G.
Okay.
This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, as the ex officio governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, approve the Northeast Interim Facilities Program and associated resourcing strategy, providing the capacity to execute the program, authorize staff to include the recommended full-time equivalents, vehicles, and equipment for the program, and the requirements for operation of the Golden Gate Water Reclamation Plant in the Public Utilities Department proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, and approve the necessary budget amendment to the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget. Mr. Jim Deloney, your interim department head of public utilities, is here to present or answer questions at your pleasure.
Before Mr. Deloney gets into his presentation, I know he's got a very detailed one, very lengthy one, but I believe we've heard a lot of this material. And unless there's some questions from the commission, I don't know that it's necessary to have a presentation.
I'm well briefed.
Yep.
I'm well briefed.
Then I think you just need a motion to approve. All right.
I'll make a motion.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Hall, a second from Commissioner McDaniel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passed
Thank you, sir.
unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
No, thank you.
We're done.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 13. Item 13A is a recommendation to appoint 2 commissioners as regular members, 3 commissioners as alternate members, and ratification of appointed citizen member and alternate citizen member for a 1-year period on the Value Adjustment Board. Mr. Derek Johnson, Clerk's Finance Director, is here to help make the appointments.
And speak for the jury room.
And speak for the
All right, so we have some statutory issues here, so if you'll tell us what we need to do, we can
Certainly.
get that
Again,
done.
thank you, County Manager. Derek Johnson, Clerk's Finance Director, for you as Administrator to the Value Adjustment Board process. Today, I would ask you to approve 13A as it's presented, but we do need appointment of 2 commissioners to serve on that, and we do need to indicate who will be the chair amongst the 2.
All right. I think typically I've been on that. I don't mind doing it again.
I
Unless,
don't mind doing it. I haven't been, but I don't want to chair it.
all right, I'll chair it. Unless somebody else wants to be on it. All right.
I did it and done it. I had a taste.
I make a motion that Commissioner Saunders chair it and Commissioner Hall be the deputy.
Second.
All right. And then the rest of us need to be alternates.
Yes, I would ask that we declare the rest to be alternates just in case.
Part of the motion would be the rest of the commission would be alternates.
And the second's okay with that, too.
All right, so we have a motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, in my glee that we had reached the end of the agenda, I actually passed by item 11H, formerly 16K5. This is a recommendation to provide direction to staff to advertise an ordinance to amend the Collier County Parking, Storage, and Use of Vehicle Control Ordinance, codified in the Code of Laws and Ordinances, to provide limitations on the parking and/or storing of commercial motor vehicles and commercial equipment in residential areas, including the Estates zoning district. This move was made at Commissioner McDaniel's request, and thank you, Mr. Bosey, for coming in and reminding me. With that, Commissioners.
I wouldn't have let you forget.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to put this to bed, that we not explore the parking ordinance any further.
I'll second it.
Okay. So that everybody all two people that are watching can breathe. If we go, and then and if I may, I'd like to make some policy recommendations and see if our board concurs to give direction to our staff. I have 4 ideas that I'd like to propose.
All right, we have a motion and a second to basically withdraw this item from further consideration. If there's no further discussion on that, then I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously. Then you have some policy recommendations.
A couple of things, and just a brief background. We have an enormous amount of impropriety taking place in Golden Gate Estates. A lot of folks are taking advantage of the home-based business laws, regulations. Collier County has not yet adopted or adapted its home-based business ordinance to conform with the state statute. Mr. Klaskow was sending me drafts last week. I was busy and didn't get them back to him in time, so that didn't get loaded up on today's agenda. It will come forward on the August 8th, I think, is our next meeting, at our first meeting in August.
I believe it's August 12th.
Okay, whatever date that is, that ordinance will come forward for similarly a vote to advertise and go forward with it once, assuming it meets the board's approval. In the meantime, I'd like to make 4 recommendations. One having to do, it's commonplace, common knowledge on the interweb. People are talking about it, that if code enforcement shows up on your property, all you have to do is tell them to get off your property and they leave. In the event that transpires, I would like for code to immediately pursue a warrant to go back and do further investigation. That hasn't always been the case, but I would like that to become more common practice. Number 2, when a citation is issued, there is I call it a grace period. It's a proper term, I think, is a period to cure, and that's somewhere around 30 days from the date. Depending on the severity of the violation, you've got a period of time to cure. Folks are taking advantage of us on a regular basis, expressing hardship, doing this, doing that, get another extension, so on. At the end, so what I'd like to propose as a policy adjustment is that at the end of the expiration of the first period of cure or period to take care of the citation, if it isn't taken care of, I want a notice sent to the lender of the owner of the property that a code violation has transpired. Every single mortgage that I know of on the planet has default language in it that requires a borrower to adhere to all federal, state, and local laws. And the goal here is to get assistance for our code enforcement to get compliance when someone has an infraction. My third suggestion is education. When someone applies for, I think they're called I used to call them business licenses, but now they're called business tax receipts, same thing. When someone applies for a business tax receipt, I want a easy read, what you can and can't do with the property given to the person that's applied for that license. We have people coming in here predominantly from other areas of our community. They move into the woods. They think they can do anything that they want. They can't do anything that they want. They have to adhere to our zoning codes. And if education is begun at the inception of the business tax receipt, then we have an opportunity to curtail some of these poor activities. And then my 4th suggestion is we delineate some land somewhere, and in my brain, my thoughts are is we have a lot of land that we're not currently using a lot right now in the Resource Recovery Park area. And I'd like to designate some acreage for parking of commercial motor vehicles and do it for a fee. I would like to explore that just to see if in fact we can remedy some of this stacking of commercial motor vehicles that is showing up. The fellow owns a dump truck company, a site clearing company, and then his buddy has to park his truck, and then there's an on-road truck, and then there's a whole bunch of other vehicles that show up, and repairs are going on and everything else. So I'm told that there have been other communities that have designated a parking lot, if you will, specifically for a fee for commercial motor vehicular parking. And those are my 4 suggestions of policy that I'd like to throw out to staff if you fellows can agree.
Commissioner Hall?
What if the kids inherit the house and there is no mortgage?
Now, I want you to understand, there is no panacea. We're not going to catch everybody. We're not going to catch everything. If there is no mortgage, then we certainly don't have a lender to be notifying, and we still need to take the steps that we normally do. Mr. French and I talked yesterday that there is other provisions that are coming with this. We talked about yesterday, if there is a violation with 2 confirmed complainants that are verified, then we can shorten that period to cure and bring that certification, that person that's been issued a citation, we can bring them to the magistrate within 10 days. And so those are some of the other things that we're going to do, shortening up that time frame from the notice of violation. So again, Commissioner Hall, there are certainly some folks that don't have a mortgage in that instance, but there are most people in fact do. And what I'm looking for here is just to offer our code some assistance with another pressure point coming from a homeowner to bring them into compliance.
Like it.
All right. Looks like everybody's.
You write that all down?
I'm not sure if everybody's nodding off or if we're in agreement, but. We're in agreement, okay.
Let's carry on. I'm ready.
Anything else? Okay.
No, well, I, not on that.
All right, Commissioner, thank you. For the record, Tom Anderman, Director for Code Enforcement. As far as the more warrants, absolutely, we are pursuing that. We have started doing that already. You've seen it with our animal control. We have also performed a few warrants on some code inspections. It's a civil process, so there is some a little bit of competent substantial evidence we have to go through. We get it. We follow the process. Oftentimes they want warrants immediately, but sometimes it takes us a little bit of time to get everything. But when we do, we follow through, and we're going with that. As far as the notice to lenders, I understand what you're looking for. I think that's a simple process that we can build within CityView. And I do believe that code actually did something similar to that back during the time of the foreclosure crisis, back in 07, 08. It had limited success because I think there was just so much happening, so many foreclosures out there. I think it was a challenge to, with one lender having thousands and thousands of foreclosures, we were just a stack in the pile. But I think there is some benefit to it, and we will definitely pursue that. As far as the business tax receipt, I do believe that every property has to get a zoning verification letter in order to get a BTR. We'll work with the tax. But we'll work with the tax collector on how that works from there. And as far as the industrial land, I think that's, as far as code, if you can get people to move off of their property and take their vehicles, I think something like that would definitely benefit those who are not necessarily in the estates as well, but those who are looking for parking and they live elsewhere, that in a residential area, Golden Gate City.
We had an issue.
There's definitely some support there.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, sir, but I think that's a great idea.
That's 2 good ideas I've had today. Okay. The Ave Maria had a significant commercial motor vehicular parking issue. Folks that owned on-road trucks were that live in Estero were parking their truck in the street at Ave Maria and then driving to Estero to their home and leaving the truck set in front of people's houses in Ave Maria. So I think that if we explored that may be a huge relief valve to assist with some of this.
All right. Anything else on that issue?
Yes, sir.
All right. Patterson, I think that takes us to public comments.
Yes, sir. Item 15A, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comments in this meeting.
We have none.
Very good. That brings us item 15C, staff and commission general communications. I have nothing. County Attorney.
I also have nothing.
All right. Commissioner Colwall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say, I came in this meeting, it's the first time we had a full day's worth of work in a while. I appreciate that. Enjoy it. But there was some things that coming into this meeting, I was thinking, you know, there was some items on here that we weren't going to probably get unanimous votes on, but I think every item we had a unanimous vote on. And I think it was through the process of talking it out, the process of listening to each other, and finding an answer for a solution. And we moved through it, and, you know, we got through a lot of things that I thought that may have been a little harder to get through, but we got through it. And I think that's just shows that, you know, the ability for us all to be able to communicate up here in the dais. And I like to say, my prayers go out to the people in Texas.
Amen.
With that tragedy with the flooding there is just horrendous. I couldn't even imagine. But, yeah, it just.
Amen.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I mentioned it earlier. I am going to bring back a full report for us to talk about. We have 43 different advisory committees. And out of those, maybe 3 of them or 4 of them actually participate with us in any advice category. I'm still got some things that I want to find out, like what the cost, I know what the man hours are, and it's, for us to just host these things is overwhelming. So I'd like to talk about, there's ones that are, we have to keep because they're mandated by the state, affordable housing, tourism, you know, 4 or 5 others. But the rest of them are discretionary. There's 16 of them that have to do with some kind of funding. Some of those can be combined, just like what we did in Immokalee. Bayshore can be combined as well. But I'll bring that forth for full discussion. I just want to give you the heads up that that's coming, and I would really like to see us streamline that to get out of the advisory, the non-advisory category.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, on that note, on the advisory committees, that previous ordinance that I was talking about for adapting our home-based business ordinance to match the state statute, I'd like to move that over to, as we're voting on it, I mean, all we're going to do in August is vote to advertise it and then bring it back and through the process. But we do have the East of 951 Horizon Study Committee that's wrapping up. They're going to come to us here within probably in August with the position points from that committee's work, and then they're going to move into the GMP and reopen up the Golden Gate Estates growth management plan rural. Golden Gate Estates rural, and review things within the Golden Gate Master Plan. And that ordinance with regard to home-based businesses will be a nice public venue for that group to get public input on it, just so that we're ultimately ending up with a good ordinance. Secondly, this is more important than that one, but the Everglades Air Park is a very contentious issue. You know, we have a study going on internally about its use and revenues and so on and so forth. There is a 52-acre piece of property next door to it that has been for sale for a millennia. And we made a non-binding letter of intent offer 6 months ago, 8 months ago, somewhere in there. They rejected it. They now have come back with another non-binding offer to us, and staff would like to pursue that to see if it can be run to ground. There's an opportunity for Conservation Collier contribution. There's an opportunity for Parks contribution because of the potential of a boat ramp facility. There's an opportunity for housing, even though it is in a coastal high hazard area, and or a potential for hangars.
Yes, sir, sounds good.
Carry on. So I would like to give direction to staff to pursue the negotiations on that property, see if they can work it to an end where they're happy, and then bring it back to this board for further approval.
All right. I think we're, looks like everybody's in agreement to have staff take a look at it.
Sure.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Ms. Patterson, with regard to the air park, when do we think we might get a presentation on the analysis of the money and all the things that we talked about, the homework assignments? Is it?
Trinity's saying the second meeting in August.
Okay, all right, that's all I need. So that was one thing that I just wrote down as an extra, just piggybacking on that. Just two quick comments. I think and I'll piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Caldwell's comment about how we had a cohesive vote on everything. I think kudos really goes out to the staff. You know, one of the things we said to you, Ms. Patterson, when you took the job, is anything that you could do to I don't want to say improve, but I will say improve the staff's feedback to us, information, prepping us for the meetings. I just know from my own experience when I first became a commissioner and now, it's night and day as far as the detail that we get, the accessibility to the staff, their sense of urgency responding to us. And then, you know, before every commissioner meeting the day prior, all of us are in here pounding the pavement with the staff. And I really think what makes these meetings so cohesive isn't that we're just rubber stamping votes and agreeing with each other, but it's preparation. I can remember back in 2001, when I was first elected, there were times where you had commissioners up here that were blindsiding each other at the meetings with PowerPoint briefings and things we hadn't seen. And those days are long gone, and I think we're seeing the fruit of that. But thanks to the staff who are in the room now and who are listening, the things that you are doing to get us ready for these meetings, you see how they're paying big dividends. We're asking tough questions in our office and getting the answers we need, or sending you back to the the homework assignment with a homework assignment, so that when we come in here, we feel fully ready and briefed. And sometimes, you know, Jim, although I know you sat back there all day, sometimes we don't need to see the PowerPoint presentation because we've done such a deep dive. And lastly, I want to put Representative Benaroach on the under the spotlight again for a positive reason. Several of us were at a public meeting last night, and she was giving an overview of her full-time job, as she said, up in Tallahassee, and her feedback and takeaway to the citizens who were at this meeting is that as a freshman representative, she really has brought an unprecedented amount of millions of dollars to her district, our district, and she was outlining in all the areas. And I just think, I know how difficult that is to do as a freshman, and even your own colleagues who were junior representatives there, Lauren and Congressman Donalds and others that were there, really had a lot of praise for your leadership in your first year. So thank you for all the investment you've brought back to our county. It's really appreciated, and we're lucky to have you up there in Tallahassee.
I will. Are you,
yes, sir.
I will ditto those comments. Ms. Benaroach did a great job for us, and I know she'll continue to. I've saved the last. The best news for the last, in terms of at least my position. There were nine nursing home projects that were submitted to the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs for grants for the 2025-2026 cycle. I am very pleased to say that the list is out. We are number one in terms of the new nursing homes out of the 9 that applied. We are actually number one on the list for new funding. And I'd like for Mr. Mullins to come up, because we've been waiting for this for a long time, and this is certainly a major announcement in terms of that project that's important to all of us. And perhaps you could give a little bit of explanation as to what the priority list means in terms of funding, but the news is very positive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Mullinger, Director of Communications, Government and Public Affairs, and the eye chart that is being adjusted before you is the actual VA State Home Construction Grant Priority List for FY25. Hot off the presses, we just received it at about 12:35 today during the lunch break. I've already had 2 impromptu phone calls with FDVA, who is just as excited as we are about this. This is the reasonable degree of certainty that this project will move forward. which is a trigger in the MOA for some things to occur, which we have been planning on at the board's direction, and updating the MOA, the property description, legal description, the access to escrowed funds, and the transfer of the $10 million of surplus surtax funds that are still in our coffers that will be going to the state. So as the chair pointed out, there are 2 facilities at the top there that you may look at and go, how did a 1.4 get ahead of us at 1.3? Just so you know, those are 2 carryover items from FY24. So the good news is some funding comes with it. So when you look at the other arrow on the right side, by the time they get to us at number 5, they will have spent $155 million after they have funded our project. Given the continuing resolution for FY25 that was passed by Congress, they have the authority for that fiscal year to spend $171 million. So they will be able to cover us in our entirety at number 5. However, that number is a little misleading because about $27 million followed those first 2 projects from FY24. So they have plenty of funds to reach us. The other stuff that's ahead of us there, the 1.1B and 1.1D, those are remedying life safety issues in existing facilities. Those always come first, so they should be ahead of us, but we are the first new construction program for FY25, and I think you'll see a lot more action in the coming months as we move forward to actually get underway.
On the second page of that listing from the federal department, there are 8 other nursing homes that were listed that are scheduled to be financed, but they are way down the list, and there's not enough money for those other facilities. But there's a couple in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, North Dakota. So there's a lot of competition, and kudos to you, John, and our staff for participating in all those meetings. I know I participated in several of them with you, but you were at all of them, and it really made a difference.
Well, I appreciate that, but let's be 100% clear. If it had not been for this board finding the perfect location for this facility and the voters approving $30 million to cover the state share of construction, we would not be standing here today.
Well, there is that also.
Yes.
And then there's that.
Thank you. I don't know that I have, well, I do have 1 or 2 other little items that are somewhat insignificant in comparison, but with what's happening with tourism in the country, I'd like to have a quarterly report, if that's okay with the commission, on just where things are standing, because we have a lot of indebtedness. We've bonded some tourist taxes. We have a lot of projects, and it's got to have an impact on what we're seeing. And so I'd like to see some quarterly reports on that. And then in terms of some new state legislation, there was a bill that repealed some legislation dealing with beach access and the customary use of communities to be able to make sure that the public had access. That old legislation really made it very difficult to establish customary use so communities could ensure that the beaches were open. That legislation was repealed in this past session. And so I'd like to have the county attorney and our staff give us a little bit of a report on what that means. Are we having any problems with beach access being cut off? We did have problems in the past, and we reacted very strongly to that. But if we're having those issues, the law has changed in our favor, or in the public's favor, if you will.
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than that, I have nothing else. Anything else for the good of the order? Then we are adjourned.